Welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon Kane, and I do appreciate you for tuning on in here through what's been a bit of an up and down season this year in 2023 for our Seattle Seahawks, as we do still have a good fighting chance, but we do still find ourselves definitely feeling the ups and downs of an inconsistent team. And sitting a bit at the head of that inconsistency has been the defense. It has not been without some moments where it's had some flashes and some spots where it's looked really good and where it's looked like maybe it was starting to come together. But indeed, even as of recently here, the last 2 weeks when it's been very much really tested, it has faltered and struggled to really provide much of a fight against any real true offense out there, certainly one that's not rocking a backup quarterback. And so one thing that stood out to me this year as I've gone along, and it's been a bit of a point that I've paid very close attention to over the years with Coach Carroll in this transition to a new defense, is that he talked about at that time when they were going to make the transition to there being a little bit more aggression, there being a little bit more of a push and willingness to, put the pedal down, take it to offenses, less of just sort of sitting in these soft zones that we had been known for. And what you mean by the sitting in soft zones is you're dropping 7 guys into coverage, you're having them drop to a zone, and then you've got a front 4 that's then required to get the pass rush done. There's nothing intricate about it, nothing complex about it. It is quite simply that. Now, the coverages on the back end can be a little bit different, though a lot of those coverages, of course, are built to preventing the big play first and foremost. Now, this wasn't working for years, and part of the understanding with the change here was that you had to kind of maybe alter that just a little bit in how often, how willing you were to blitz, not necessarily to become a league, most blitzing team, but just to put it in perspective that you weren't going to be a 32nd ranked team in your blitz rate, but to try to take it up a little bit, maybe more closer to the middle of the road, or even up higher than that if your front 4 is unable to generate the pass rush. Because for years, this team has wanted to trust that front 4 to get the pass rush done all on its own, and they have fallen far short, not just a little bit short, but far short of being able to do that and handle that trust that you're giving that they're going to get that done in that way. And then you end up with a quarterback in the pocket for 6, 7, 8 seconds, going through all their targets, having their targets run secondary routes. And there's really not a lot your defense can do about that, even if you're running really good zone on the back end. To put it in perspective where the blitz rate's been at for about the last 6 years or so, going back to 2018, post this little graph here over my right shoulder. And in 2018, you had a blitz rate of 18.4%, which was 28th. You got to 18th in 2019. In 2020, you went up to 11th. This was the year you brought in Jamal Adams, so you went crazy with it. And this is not necessarily an indication of it failing, that you went to there and you went away from it, but you went in it to try to maximize the Adams return in value. You had him blitzing at like 25, 30% level for a large part of that year, high above his 6%, 7% average or so he was at for his career. 2020, you dialed it back again to 24th. 2022, you dialed it back even further to 31st. In 2023, you are now currently at 23rd. Again, kind of at the back of the heap in the amount that you're choosing to blitz. It's really about where your rank is, I would argue, because year to year it can fluctuate kind of to the mean of what's going on with other teams. So it's really that number on the other side of it. Now, at the same point in time, here's been what you've allowed points per game rank during that same period of time since 2018. So you blitzed at a 28th level. You allowed 21.7 points. You had an 11th rank there in 2018, which was kind of the last time you'd had any kind of defense that was really, it would go somewhat strong. Then since then, you can see not a lot of correlation necessarily between finding a good defense to the lack of blitz. And I guess maybe 2021 with 12th with the total points at 21.5. Maybe is there a little bit, again, kind of close to middle of the pack-ish. But again, not willing to really do much as far as the blitz go. And you'll notice here, even in that year of 2020, where you did decide to blitz at a high rate, you still ended up at 23.2 points allowed, which was still 15th. So you didn't necessarily pay a huge price for deciding to blitz as often as you have. And what I, again, take away from these numbers is that it hasn't exactly been good for you and necessarily just leaning in the direction of saying we're not going to blitz, that somehow prevented you from allowing a lot more points. I don't know that there's a lot of evidence for that. And there was an acknowledgement we did need to kind of adjust and modernize to a bit. And in the 2 years ago that Carroll talked about, and he was 31st last year, and now you'll be at 24th. And it's especially odd this year when it stands out to me because this defense at times is so often sort of looking for answers when it is going wrong, and they don't want to go to the thing that they actually do really well. Blitzing is actually something that this team has done throughout this year well. Multitude of guys do it. Take a look at these pass rush grades from a couple of the guys who stand at the head of this in how well they're doing. And when you do send them on the blitz, when you do have them provide pressure, it is actually coming home. They're getting there. Bobby Wagner, 78 grade basically. Jordan Brooks, almost a 90 pass rush grade from Jordan Brooks this year. Devin Witherspoon has the highest pass rush grade for any rookie, including defensive linemen or linebackers, anybody else, at 91.4. Jamal Adams is at 85.1. Julian Love is at 90. And Julian Love has been low-key really good as a blitzer as well. Now, pairing these numbers up, Bobby's only blitzed right now 7% of the time. Devin has only blitzed 3% of the time. Brooks, 5.5%, and Jamal Adams, 5.3%. So nobody is being necessarily sent at a high rate. And to put the Bobby numbers in perspective on this, last year we said with Bobby, if you're going to bring him back here to Seattle, you want to remove him as much as you can from being in coverage and utilize as much as you can maximize his ability to rush the passer and blitz, because he set a career high last year, his first year there with the Rams, in sacks, right? They were putting him in that place. They were putting him in that position. So last year, he's pass rushing at 10% of the time on his snaps with the Rams. This year, you're around 7%. You're not taking that as the way to do it. You're just more of, he's going to fit into where we want him to be. This is what we'll have him do what we want. And they're sending him a little bit, don't get me wrong. But considering those grades and how you're good at it, you're doing it. It's so weird that they don't do it more. And I know that this is a little bit of a fear-based thing because in blitzing, you have to risk giving up a big play on the back end, a big chunk play, a 9 route. Those are the things that is the other side of that, because there is no perfect defense. There is no end all be all, right? Everything's going to have a vulnerability to it. And that particular vulnerability is one Coach Carroll doesn't like, because he sees it at the base of his philosophy being that all of that research I did back 20 years ago to establish what decided whether teams win or lose, a big part of that was big plays and how many are given up over the course of the game. And the team that essentially gives up or limits the amount of big plays they give up versus getting the big plays on the other side will be the team that wins, is kind of how the general philosophy goes. There's some other parts to it, but that's just broad strokes as far as Carroll sees it. So he doesn't want to take that risk. And you can see that even in this Cowboys game last week where we blitzed down near the goal line with one man. And there was a touchdown on it, and you could see Carroll looking very exasperated. And I don't think that they probably blitzed again, maybe the whole rest of the game after that point. But the problem comes into play is that you're not really preventing over these last few years the lack of chunk plays by not blitzing. It's not really bringing you about lack of these big explosive plays. Go down the list through this year, especially when we're playing teams that are really legit. Now, when you're getting backup quarterbacks with almost non-functional offenses. And to kind of illustrate a little bit of the effect of this a bit, I want to go through a couple of clips with you guys and take you through a little bit of the story of the blitz here through this season, how this has played out a bit, and from my perspective and view on this, because it's been, again, weird to see them go into the old and it not working, then they go to the new, and it's kind of working, it's clicking, and then you feel them pulling back on the brake, easing off the gas pedal a little bit on it after that point. Not just bailing away from it wholly, but just that there's a lack of staying with it, which sometimes just doesn't make any sense. So opening week of the season, we get the Rams here with Matt Stafford. And of course, he goes right through our defense throughout that game, just soft zone defenses, 4-man fronts, just like you're seeing here. 4-man fronts, soft defenses. You get a ton of guys on the back end, right? We get an absolute ton of guys. You got 2 high safeties here. You got 2 corners in off coverage. Everyone bailing, dropping at the snap, right? Front 4 here. Look at everybody stay at their depth post snap here. Nobody's moving forward. Everybody's just getting ready to stay back onto their side. So we've got a lot of those kind of plays. Here's another one on it from that game. Stafford back in shotgun. Again, 2-eye look. Everyone bailing. Nice big hole in the coverage right underneath in the middle of the field. Come back again, that Rams game. Dropping back, bailing coverage, a few more bodies down there, still a wide open man right between the hash marks, right? That's been sort of the dead zone for the Hawks defense in a lot of ways, blitz or not. That's where you can get it. So we go, okay. So we look for week one. We go, I thought maybe they're going to modernize the defense here a little bit. I thought I was going to get maybe a little bit more, a little bit more going on. Now Jamal's not back yet, right? We had no Witherspoon in that game. So maybe they're just waiting. They're holding the cards close to the vest. They're holding on. But it didn't work going front four with the soft zone that game. Stafford waylaid it. That's the way it went. We get then to the Lions game, right? Lions game comes up then week 2, a game in which the Lions score 31 points on offense. And as they score these 31 points, again, a lot of it is more of the defense kind of sitting back in that soft zone nature of it and letting Goff kind of, as Goff did with the Rams at times, you make it easy for Goff. You allow him that first read, and he can put it on a line and put it on a spot, and he can put some velocity on the ball, and he can put it in place. But something then kind of odd happened as the game wore on just a little bit. First, we had this key third down play here where the Seattle Seahawks decided to send Jordan Brooks right up the middle there through the B gap. He causes Goff to move off his spot, forces throw, legs tangle up with Devin Witherspoon. I'll play it again here. Jordan Brooks blitzing in, back picks him up, gets right off the back's block. He's right there inside on Goff. Goff does a good job of moving around there, but is forced to throw the ball a little faster than he wanted to. You get a key incompletion on this, a key third down in this game. Then the Seahawks come back a little bit later. Trey Brown is going to come in here on a corner blitz. Goff was not expecting it. Seahawks don't do blitzes. So when you blitz, it tends to have a pretty good effect. Tends to be pretty positive. Again, he's going to come from the left-hand side of your screen. Back tries to pick him up. Brown does a great job, who's having a really good year this year, of getting off the back and getting Goff to the ground. Now the Seahawks come back with the next play. The very next play. So Goff's got this in my mind. You just blitzed me. And now look what we've got. Brooks and Wagner right over the top there, right? They're sitting right. Now it's not double A gap. It's kind of AB gap a little bit there. You got your 4 down lineman. Goff's looking at this pre-snap going, oh God. You even got Kobe Bryant, number 8 down there, lingering post-snap. He might be coming, right? What does this do to Goff? Speeds up his clock. Do the guys stay at that point in the stacked front? Nope. Bryant, Brooks fall out. Bobby comes. Chenna gets pressure. Force pass into Trey Brown for the pick 6. So you bring just the one more on this one. That's true. Bobby's the only guy who ends up coming. But it doesn't, the previous play also sets in here. It's not just Bobby coming, it's also that previous play in the sack starting to speed up the quarterback's clock. Too often we have a quarterback with their clock operating right on time with perfect machinery and just click, click, click like that. Thing's like a Rolex because we're not disrupting anything. We're not disrupting it with the pressure, and that's where you've got to kind of do it at the forefront. There's other ways to do it too. Press coverage on the outside. You can disrupt routes, but you got to disrupt the timing at the front of this a little bit. And that's what that allows it to do is if you, not just the one play, but then go back to the next play after it, it can bring those results. But these were the 3 real key plays defensively for us in this game, to my opinion. There were some other plays as well, but they came a little bit on the back of pressuring. So you go, okay, maybe we got something going now. So we come back with the Panthers game the next week with Dalton. I think Carroll thought I have a veteran quarterback. I don't want to blitz him at home. I don't need to blitz him. The Seattle Seahawks stayed back mainly again in the front 4 with the guys back. They actually got a lot of pressure from the front 4 guys, so it was a very good strategy, though the Panthers did put up 27 points in the game. You win that 37-27. There's not really a lot of blitzing in that game, though. It is kind of you just leaning back into what you're doing. We come back then to the Giants game. Giants game, about 2 or 3 plays into this game. Jamal is back, right off the edge, whiffs on the sack, should have happened, set the tone for the day. This is what you were going to do on the day. This is what you're going to do with Daniel Jones all day long. We're bringing the blitz. I loved it. It was so awesome to see. It got me so encouraged about what they were potentially going to look to do this year. Like, oh, we're going to start to use not only Jamal Wright, but we're going to dial up the blitz. Then we came back later. How about Bobby coming on the blitz here? Arriving home. Wonderful. Wonderful again. Bobby bouncing around there, freelancing a little bit, finding the open hole. Mafe forcing the pressure up into Bobby's arms. Another sack there in the game off of blitzing. Here we go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. How about Bobby again? Just completely abuses, I believe that's the guard. Completely just abuses the guard for the sack here. Again, sent on the blitz. What you notice about a lot of these and take note of is the 5-man blitz aspect of this. Because that's what a lot of these you're going to see is when they do send the blitz, it's only 5. They're still not risking a lot doing it, but it is still effective when they do. Daniel's flushed up in the pocket. If you don't send this here, by the way, to understand again the impact on this play, the first guy creates pressure at the top here, right? I can't quite remember who that is there. It's not Mafe, but oh yeah, there we go. The inside, might be Jaron Reed there. He's the one that forces Daniel up. If there is no Bobby and Bobby's dropping back in coverage here, Daniel then goes and rushes for 5, 6, 7 yards on a quarterback scramble. It's the fact that you brought the pressure with Bobby, which allowed this to happen. The first guy creates his pressure, and that's, I guess that is Draymond Jones there. He's the one creating the pressure. Up into the pocket to Bobby. No Bobby. Bobby back in soft zone defense. Daniel gets him 7 yards on this play. You just don't get anything from it. Again, we continue. How about the rook? Oh, look, he can blitz too. Look at that. He can blitz too. Daniel never sees it coming, never thinks it's coming. Witherspoon's there in a flash. Witherspoon again, blitzing off the edge. Daniel just gets this ball off, forces the play, forces that clock to be quickened like fast forward. It's a completed pass. It doesn't go for anything. Again, the willingness, though, to blitz the rook, to turn him loose. Let's keep going in this Giants game, I'm telling you. How about the rook again? Top of your screen. This is supposed to be a trick play. It never gets to being a trick play. Why? Because Witherspoon's blitzing. And he's so damn quick. He's on top of this play so damn fast. Watch the receiver start to go like he's going to start to throw the ball. Oh, I don't have a chance to do that. He's right there. Why? Because you blitzed. How about one more time with Witherspoon in this game? Again, blitzing, fighting off the block, forcing Daniel to the side. If he doesn't do this, if there is no Witherspoon on this play, if you got Witherspoon dropping back into coverage with this, it's again a play where Daniel Jones is just simply going to roll out. Even if he has to here, really he won't have to. He'll be able to just sit in his pocket because he's got a clean pocket here otherwise. But he's feeling Witherspoon coming. He's not trusting his running back, Breida. And then Witherspoon's right on top of him. So you come out of the Giants game and you go, holy hell yes. Holy hell yes. Let's go. We're going to start to dial this up with Jamal back. We're going to let this flow. It's going to be great. This is going to be awesome. You come back then in the Bengals game and you still then don't really blitz. I think there was a bit of a worry about maybe coming back and having to deal with, Burrow slicing you up. He's a good quarterback. You don't trust him necessarily to, not make the right decision if he is getting blitzed. Here you've got a play where Bobby Wagner is going to blitz in one of the rare times in that contest where you blitzed. This is again to show you that when you do decide to do it, it tends to be very effective. This forces Burrow to throw this faster than he wanted to. Witherspoon obviously makes a great play in his reaction on it. But Bobby then really forced the play at the forefront with the blitz. You also had Witherspoon in this game coming off the edge on Burrow on the blitz, knocks the ball down. It makes it a lot easier to prevent Jamar Chase from catching the ball if you can knock it down at the line of scrimmage. And so you didn't go to a lot in this Bengals game. Your defense actually played a pretty good game through after, I think, the first couple of drives against the Bengals in that one. But nonetheless, it was still working when you did decide to call upon it. So Cardinals game, again, coming back much like the Panthers game, I think Carroll went into that thinking there's not as much a need here for us to blitz because of the fact that we can beat Josh Dobbs and the Cardinals without having to do so. So there's really not a lot of blitzing going on at that point in that particular game. We then come back to the Browns game the week after that. And again, this is where it starts to get a little bit interesting. We got a little bit of Bobby being utilized. Didn't do as much of it in this game, did you, in the blitzing? Bobby forcing the incompletion deep here. But you went to it at various times. I think the worry against the Browns was because of their deadly screen game, which they, of course, kind of wiped us with in that game a couple of different times. You don't want to blitz because that's, of course, what the screen's going to destroy you with. If you blitz, you're getting killed with the screen on the backside. Still, again, here when Bobby was asked to blitz here, right off the back, creating the pressure, incompletion. But then we get the key play in this football game, the game-changing play in this football game. We've got late in the game. We're trying to get our Seahawks to be able to hold on here. You got the Browns dropping back. Ball's tipped up into the air. And why did this all happen? Because we had Jamal Adams blitzing on the play off the edge. Jamal, bottom of your screen there, blitzing off the edge. Jumps up, heads it, knocks it up into the air. Seahawks get the interception. But it's caused by the blitz. It's caused by the forcing the action to happen, taking it to the offense, not sitting back here. Jamal gets right back in on the quarterback. He still tries to throw it, tip it up, interception. Hawks offense gets down the football field for the win. Key play, blitzing on the back of it. So, again, not quite still getting into it, not quite leaning into this thing, not one, fully, but when you're doing it, even in a key moment like this, the Lions game here in the season, we're going, well, it is working though when you are doing it. Now we come to the Commanders game. Or the Ravens game, sorry. And the Ravens game, again, a little bit more of just staying back in your front four, trusting them to get it done with a very, very, very occasional blitz. I think that the worry was that if you blitz, you end up leaving less guys in the back end. Lamar Jackson can run free and loose. But you didn't want to really do much of that in the game either. So there's not really a lot to call upon from the Ravens game. Instead, you had moments like this where we see the typical kind of Seahawks coverage. And I'll tell you, it's plays like this that make me feel real bad for our cornerbacks. Real bad for our cornerbacks. And let me explain what I'm saying. You've got your corners here playing a little bit up tighter in coverage, press sort of look. You got Quandre in single high over the top. You have a lot of guys down by the line of scrimmage, right? Two wide receivers here. This is looking like kind of a run look in its setup. So what you're going to ask Woolen to do is, I believe, and I'm guessing here, but you're going to ask him to do what's a man-match concept here, which is you're going to make sure and tell him to stay on top. You see the bail drop at the stop, see his hips flip to the sideline, but then he's got to pick up the over route. So this is the place that I'll get people in my chat telling me that Woolen sucks. Man, Woolen sucks. So they'll say to me on that. That's what they'll say to me. But remember, he is supposed to have to play over the top here first and foremost. That is his job. Okay? Before you want to rip him for the under route part of that, you can absolutely see prior to the snap with the bail drop, post snap, that's what he's supposed to be doing. Likewise with Quandre. You can get mad at Quandre here, but Quandre is supposed to stay over the top in these kind of plays. Okay? So you get mad at him if you want, but remember, he's got to stay over the top. He's got to beat into his head like a drum. Do not get beat deep. Tyreek, do not get beat, or Reek, do not get beat deep. Odell runs a quick slant underneath. Woolen tries to recover on a man-match principle to get back in time. It's hard to make that kind of recovery. It's hard to do two things at once. It's hard to cover both deep and short. But that's a little bit of the requirement of what you get in this defense, unfortunately. And I know I'm grabbing, and it looks like maybe cherry picking one play, but I swear to God, I can show you these plays all over the Seahawks tape. And I will put a video together at some point showing you those. But it's what infuriates me is that, again, as we watch this, you're not blitzing. You're not really, you got Jamal down there. Jamal's down there as a run defender really more than anything else here. Everybody's still dropping back into coverage post snap. All those guys in the back end. Ravens got like 4 guys running routes, and you still can't cover it up because the offensive coordinator across from you knows where the holes in those zones are going to be, and they know you're going to be running that particular style of defense. This is the combination of what makes a play successful. We come back then to the Commanders the next week back at home, 29-26 game, and another game where not really a lot of blitzing going on, to be honest with you. Not a lot. One of the great moments you had in this game was Witherspoon showing off a bit of a fake blitz. You got the receiver even helping sell this. You always got to love it when the receivers help you sell a play. And that's just what the receiver does here is he points at Witherspoon telling the quarterback he's coming. He's coming, man. Witherspoon's not coming. Drops post. Sam sees it late and kind of short arms the ball. Just about would have been an interception there. That's just a fake blitz. That's just what fake blitzing can do for you. It's sometimes just the threat of the blitz. And sometimes when I'm advocating for blitz, it's not just advocating for that. It's sometimes the stack fronts, like what a lot of defenses have done to our offense this year that's given them such misery. Just get those guys up the line of scrimmage and then drop them out, you know? A little bit more of, mixing that in, so to speak. So we get the Commanders win. The Rams game, you got this great blitz by Witherspoon coming off the edge here where he gets another sack in this rookie season. But unfortunately, you didn't decide to do very much blitzing in that game either, like you didn't do in week 1. I don't have an explanation for why they leaned away from it so completely, but they did so. Likewise, again, against the 49ers the week after that, not a lot of utilization of the blitz in that particular contest either. I guess at least in the Rams game, Rams week, you could say they kept that team down to 17 points. So, their strategy was somewhat successful versus early in the year when they allowed 30 at home. But the Niners put 31 up on you. And the soft zone-ish defenses weren't doing you a lot of help in that one either. So we come back then to the Cowboy game now this last week. And inconsistent use of the blitz, however you want to put this. And we get to early on in the game, I think it's the second drive. Witherspoon blitzes off the edge, forces Dak up. Darrell Taylor comes around the arc. This is just early on in the game. Most of this game, you did not decide to blitz Dak. You did not decide to bring the numbers. Again, taking note on this, like I've been saying throughout on this, because I've got one closing point on this I want to bring up in a second. Notice this is a 5-man blitz when you're deciding to blitz. Not a 6, not a 7, not a casino blitz. It's a 5-man. And so Witherspoon gets there, blocked up. Dak can feel him coming, though. Dak flushed up. You get the sack by Darrell Taylor, who's completely blocked at first in this play, 100%, and ends up coming back aligned to get the sack here. But it's driven and made to happen in this game, in a game where your defense didn't have a lot of plays. It's a lot of score on every single drive. One of the good spots that you actually had. Here's another spot here where blitzing Dak off the edges Witherspoon forces the play to happen. And this looked just like that the Bengals play that we saw where he's right back there in the house, knocks it down. The blitz foists this one. Bobby's given up a touchdown if Witherspoon does not come on this play. Now, would Witherspoon be maybe picking up the tight end instead of Bobby there? Maybe if he's not blitzing, maybe. But then does Dak just run it in at that point? I don't know. Still, again, in a game you didn't blitz a lot, time you blitz went well. Odd. Jamal. Here's another spot. Jamal's blitzing. Bang. Forcing Dak up in the pocket. Dak just throws the ball over to the back. Back ends up getting like 5 yards on this play because Hawks can't tackle. But it's still a play where this is forcing this to happen. You're not allowing the QB just to sit back and make his reads and go through. Dak's panicking and just doing whatever he can at that point to try to survive. Odd. Then you get plays like this in this Cowboy game. Front four is going to be rolling here. I'll slow it down for you guys. You got a front four pass rush. All those guys dropping back into zone. We've got 4 Cowboys going back out into routes. A 5th eventually leaks out. Seahawks neither cover the 5th guy, nor do they cover the over route, right? A route that's given us trouble for years. Rams, 49ers lean into this route all the time. All the time. Number 3 is your guy right there. Look at him just running free. First guy doesn't pick him up really, just kind of leaves him. Second guy leaves him. Bobby's not picking him up. Quandre's not picking him up over the top. Look at that huge hole right there. Meanwhile, 4-man rush. Now, I can't even begin to tell you who's really at fault here. Is it supposed to be Quandre to pick it up? Was it Jamal over the top? Is he the guy supposed to get this? Is Bobby supposed to, with his old ass legs, supposed to get 25 yards down the field on Brandon Cooks? A wide receiver? That seems like that's kind of a tough task to be asking your middle linebacker to pull that off. Even a spry guy would have a hard time with that one, right? Dak dropping back again, front four, no pressure. Look at him back there, having a barbecue. Having a barbecue and making all the fixins back there. Just nobody getting close. No pressure. Front four ain't making it happen. How about on 3rd and 16? 4-man rush. Guys falling down, trying to pick themselves back up. 3rd and 16. First down. Four-man rush. All those guys back in coverage. 1, 2, 3 Cowboy receivers. You end up with 2 leaking guys out late. Look at how players draped around 2 receivers. You got 5 guys covering 2 guys, leaving the tight end wide open underneath. Because you're protecting against what? The deep ball, right? You can see the philosophy at play even on this given play. It's 3rd and 16. They're going to try to hammer us deep. They have to try to hammer us deep. Protect against the deep. That's where they're going to go. All those guys drop with all that depth. And underneath is the completion. So the thing you're trying to not prevent, the thing you're trying to prevent here is the 17-yard completion, the first down, the chunk play. The thing that you end up allowing in your preventative nature is the chunk play. Kind of ironic, huh? Don't you think? So we can go through some of these today with you guys on this stream in the chat and go through some more and talk about these plays. But I wanted to put those kind of in a little bit of a chronological order because in watching it and these plays that do stand out for me as I really try to break down this film and go over it more and more, they're the plays that just so much stand out to me that I don't understand why you don't do it more. You have a defense that's not a good defense. You have a defense that right now is, I believe, 25th in points allowed. This defense in 2022 was 25th in points allowed. We are exactly the same state as the defense from last year, right now, here this year. And you're not making any improvements. I could understand if you didn't want to go to the blitz because this defense is so awesome like it is. Why change why fix what's not broken, right? I'd get that. I'd get it if offenses were taking big chunk throws down the field that you're trying to let it rip 40 yards at a time. You're like, man, that's where they're trying to attack. They're not. They're not. If it was effective, I'd get it. But it's none of these things. And yet you lean away from it, and you lean away from it while you're pretty crazily effective at it. You're really good at it. Again, look at these PFF grades. These are pass rushing grades from guys that we would be sending on the blitz. From Wagner to Jordan Brooks to Witherspoon, Jamal Adams, even Julian Love at a 90 PFF pass rush grade when you send him. All very effective at it. What's more, you've got an offense that the thing that's given our offense the biggest issues throughout this year, it's not Geno having a front four go up against him and he drops back and he can kind of survey the field and look through his targets. It's when he gets pressured. It's when he gets his clock rushed. It's when you see the stacked fronts come up there and then he's got to try to determine who's coming and who's not coming. And you get his mind thinking a little bit and you get our offensive line's minds thinking a little bit about who they're picking up, what, where, when. It's not so easy for them. And that's the problem here is that you just make it too easy for offenses when you stop utilizing this stuff. And as effective as these guys have been at it, the final point I'll make on this is that though you are really effective at this, you continue to only do it on 5-man blitz backings. So you have this blitz rate right now where you're sitting at 23rd in the NFL in your blitz rate and falling as the year goes along and falling. That fire alarm's good for me in the background. That's perfect for what I'm talking about. But as you're falling here with this blitz rate, I lost my train of thought with the fire alarm here in the background. You're not utilizing anything more than the 5-man blitzes. So yes, you're also blitzing at 23rd in the NFL, but about 90 to 95% of those blitzes are on the back of 5-man blitzes. You are 32nd in the NFL at 6 men and more blitzes. So again, we come back to the predictability nature, the simplistic. even when you're doing something that's relatively complex as blitzing. It still kind of ends up coming back around to that nature. And so this isn't meant to be something to beat on Coach Carroll or the coordinator or the staff with this. It's as much as anything to say there might be something here to be found this year and going forward as a means to utilize, as a means to get the best out of the personnel that you have on this football team. I know that there are risks associated with this, but again, it'd be one thing if you were playing even middle of the road kind of defense. And so you could at least say, well, look, the worry here is we start blitzing and then we fall back to back end again by doing all this blitz stuff. That would be one thing. But if you're already in the back end, there's nowhere to go but up. There's nowhere to go but to improve, in my opinion. And I will be interested to see where you guys are at. Let me know what you guys think here in the chat or down there in the comment section. But I would like to know where everyone else is as far as I understand the reasoning why they don't. I just don't understand in a year where we're not seeing a lot of adjustments and I'm seeing a little bit of the same old being applied here that's been applied here for years as fixes. It does get me frustrated and it does make it hard not to sour a bit on the coaching staff because it doesn't appear that they're trying to do the things that they do well. And it all comes back to this philosophy rooted in the don't give up the big play kind of nature of things. And I get why that instructed Carroll so many years ago. I just don't know if it should instruct him so thoroughly now. Let's see what you guys think, though. Thank you for watching today. I hope you guys like doing a little bit of a rare afternoon show because I missed yesterday with you guys. I can't quit you guys. Can't break away from you guys like that. But hope you guys are liking what you're watching today. Please do hit that like button. As well as this show is sponsored by Underdog Fantasy right now. You can click down in the description section below and they will match you up to $100 of your first deposit on their site there. When you use my code, NEST, or just click that link in the below section there. There are some regulations that apply to the state of Washington, but they got some great ongoing contests throughout the year. The overs, the unders. You can get into a weekly still fantasy thing through the rest of the year. They're giving away $200,000 a week. And hey, go down there, get $100 in your pocket on me through the Hawks Nest just by using that code. So thank you to Underdog Fantasy for sponsoring the show throughout this year. Appreciate you guys watching here on an afternoon. I hope everyone's doing well. I know it's been a bit of a rough last week here coming off that loss, but I hope everyone's doing all right nonetheless. Free Truth, Herbicide, hello. Scam Blyman, Seahawks defense is losing wheel routes. They are. Yes, they are. And not always because they're trying to jump the first wheel of the route. Sometimes they just kind of are lulled to death a little bit like Jamal was on that play. Lazy Dog, woof, woof. Thumbs up, everyone. What's up, Lazy Dog? William Leonard, how you doing? Jared G, I know it will hurt, but I'm ready. Adrian X, unfortunately, it's time to look forward to next year. Yeah, it's reached that spot. We're just not in that realm this season. Freacher says, drink a dead guy ale tonight. I hope that's tasty. Hope it's tasty. Michael Sachs, go Hawks Nest. Thanks, Brandon, for all the content. My pleasure. Thank you for watching, Michael. I appreciate you. Bigfoot Seahawks, Howard, quickly. I saw the writing on the wall 5 weeks ago. There's been many that have been ahead of this, Bigfoot Seahawk. And I wanted to give this year the chance to really play out and see in these 2 years since you changed the defense, what was really being brought to bear and what wasn't. And were we being given lip service or were we going to see some true change? And I certainly believe this is the part of the thing where people go, well, you got to be nicer or you can't go hard on Coach Carroll or go hard on the situation. I go, look, this is what that 2 year period had been for, was to give him that period of time. And it's not trending in the right direction where it should be trending. That's really the problem point above all else. And nor do we see the change that probably needs to be brought in. You're right though, Bigfoot. The team does lack identity right now. Keldon says, Niner fan just dropping by to stomp around a bit. Rah! Congratulations, Keldon. You guys had a hell of a win and you guys are rolling right now. Just got to stay healthy. But you guys are cooking, no doubt about it. Alan says, Witherspoon gets after the quarterback. Does he ever? Bigfoot says, man, watching the Niners whoop on Philly reminded me of when we had the Legion of Boom and we would destroy the competition. San Francisco is where we need to be. We have a long way to go. Amen, Bigfoot. Amen. It does look a lot longer right now as we stand than it did at the start of the season. New Black says, the only thing not blitzing is getting us is the other team getting 15-plus play drives, draining the clock. That's another part of it, yeah, is that when you aren't particularly good at getting the stop, you're just slowing them down a little bit, then you end up having your defense up on the football field. You know, it was kind of wild to watch, especially in that Cowboys game, to your point on this, New Blocks, where your offense is being productive in the first half and getting drives. Yet you get into the third quarter and you've got a 2-1 time of possession on it because so many of their drives are just those long, yes, we'll get there eventually kind of drives. Tezakaku, how you doing? Good to see you. Big Fuzz says we have talent but no fire. We can't even tackle, dude. It's like flag football. It's a problem. Yeah, tackling has been an issue and another one of those ongoing. Gavin says they think the players don't know who they have when someone runs through their zone or area. Yeah, our team is completely lost with the zone coverages. I don't know if they're trying to do something that's just too complex and it has them thinking too much. But one thing you see, especially from the All-22, is just a lack of understanding of flowing as one as a zone defense. Jack M says, let's go. Thanks for streaming. My pleasure, Jack. Thanks for watching. How you doing, Daniel Barry? Alan says, when we blitzed Purdy through pick 6, there we go. I forgot about that one. That would have been a good one to include on this, Alan. Man, that was the one time we blitzed in that game, and we got the pick 6 with Purdy. I remember that was the thing that stood out last year too. Go back to the second game against the Niners last year, your first game against Purdy. He starts out 11 for 11 in that game. You blitz. You get your first incompletion. You come back up. You fake blitz the next play. You get your second incompletion of the game. We didn't stick with it in that game, kind of like we haven't stuck with it this year at times. And it's so odd when stuff's working, Be one thing if your blitzes weren't getting home, but they're getting home. Joe says, totally agree, B. Thank you, man. Riverside, kind of sad, but I feel the only way to salvage it is burn it down and rebuild. Get rid of Diggs, Jamal, Draymond, Disley, Geno, and Pete. Pray for a good draft. Yeah, I don't know if that's on the table right now. That's the part that's probably the $1 million question at this point is it on the table? Is it a possibility that you could move off? Are we looking at Carroll for the next 2 years? I don't really have a good read on it one way or the other with that myself. But I think that you could definitely advocate for that being the proper way at this point of what needs to be done. Something being, taken to a spot where it can be to kind of a 0 hour for someone to come in and take over and establish what they need to establish. But I don't know. Hard for me to see it coming down the track, even if it should, Herbicide, to your point. Gavin says, I didn't see any of the Hawks secondary take anyone there, just standing there watching the receivers run by them. Yeah. It's accurate. It's what I was seeing too. It's wild to watch them on zone defense when they have all those guys. I've seen plays this year on zone defense where you'll see 3 guys drop from the offense. They'll throw 3 guys into routes, and we have all these guys like a C dropping into space, and then there'll just be this big hole, like black hole, that he starts to open up in the secondary, and you can just see the receiver from far out here. Oh, he's heading over there, and it's right into it. Gavin says, with the LOB that would take the receiver, sometimes there would be double teams trying to understand our defense now. Me too. It's like Gavin, it's like, how many times did you see any kind of doubling of CeeDee Lamb? Part of the reason he was targeted so heavily by Dak, and he's always targeted heavily, but was especially targeted this last week so heavily, was because you were leaving single coverage out there, which I probably would have rolled Diggs a little bit more often from the safety position, a little bit more into that direction, Josie says, I think this game will be closer than the Thanksgiving disaster. Anyone know his record against Shanahan? I'm not sure too well of Carroll's total record. I think it's probably pretty even overall. Maybe a little bit more in Shanahan's favor. He's got 4 straight against him. But I think this will probably be a closer game too, Joe. We got Lucas back, and, are the Niners going to take us as fully serious as they had on Thanksgiving? We'll see. I'd like to say, I hope it's closer. Alexander says, Brandon, Pete is never going to change. Nothing will change until we get a new head coach, more soft zone for the next couple of years. That's the place that I'm coming to as a final conclusion on this season, and what is a certainty on that. Watching the use of the lack of zone after what he'd said a couple of years ago, after all these changes of defensive coordinators, it's not changing. It either needs to work on its own or not. And if that is the case, and Carroll is here into the future, as maybe a possibility, then what they have to do as a team at that point is they have to tear down the money that they're pouring into the safety position, and they have to pour those assets into a front 4 that it can actually generate pass rush all on its own. that's what you have to then do. So, they got to know themselves on that one, like you say, Alexander. And if you're not, then don't stack your team with a bunch of guys that can blitz. Then get guys that can get it done up front without any help. But yeah, I think you're right. Alan, we need to hit on our draft picks this upcoming draft. That's for sure, at least with what picks we have. Well, we definitely have to do that too. I don't know if John can just overdraft this, draft us out of this, the scheme limitations. Brian E. says, miss Uchenna yet? Absolutely. Yeah. I don't think he would have been an end-all, be-all solution to what's going on defensively, though. Herbicide says, Woolen does suck this year compared to last year. Well, he's definitely got less interceptions and less of the game-changing interceptions. I think he's had some bad moments, but it's been a little bit of a dip, I would say. The tackling numbers were 36 last year, so it's not like the tackling was great last year versus this year. His tackling numbers are improved according to PFF, but it's a little dip. It's a sophomore slump, I'd say. He hasn't been bad, though. I mean, he's got a 66 grade. He's been around league average, I think, for the position overall. There's been games where he's been bad, though. I'd say that. E36, the refusal to blitz is because our linebackers are dog water, and if they blitz, the linebackers get burnt in coverage. I mean, that may be very well the case. The only thing I have with that that I guess I'd push back to E36 on that is that what's the proof of that? I can show, as I was kind of showing those plays where I showed through the list of plays, when they blitz, they tend to be successful. They don't tend to blitz and then the linebackers get toasted on the back end. And a lot of what I'm advocating for is the linebackers to be blitzed, be it Bobby or Jordan Brooks. I'd also say, E36, they're not all that much better in coverage, just dropping back there in their zone as it is, versus blitzing. That's kind of the other part of this is, especially in the case of Bobby, with looking at how the Rams have a very similar defense, theoretically, to the one that we have, and seeing how they used Bobby at the 10% blitz rate and kept him up around the line of scrimmage last year and limited the number of times you're having the guy drop in coverage. You can mold the defense in that way if you take the steps to do so. If you're not just trying to force jam fit a guy into your scheme, but actually look to maximize a guy's talents. Which is what the Rams were doing with Bobby last year, and which we're not really doing to the same full blow, I'd say, this year with him. But, yeah, I wouldn't say the linebackers are good in coverage. I agree with you there. Yeah, Diggs was bad on that one play. I know you guys are talking about. Alan says, I don't know. That missed pass interference against the Chiefs game last night wasn't called. Looked quite similar to the pass interference that was called in the Woolen in the Dallas game. There's inconsistency all over the place, that stuff, Alan. It's part of what drives fans so crazy. I mean, it's even down to, I don't know if you guys saw the Brandon Ayuk catch. To me, the Brandon Ayuk catch and into the back same corner of the end zone in that game against the Eagles, that there was a lot like that would look like way more of a bobble than what JSN had happen. JSN's incomplete. His is complete. It's like, what's a catch? What's a not? Ryan Bullis, we need completely new linebackers and safeties and other edge as well. Legit looking like we are 2 years away. Agreed, Ryan. Agreed. All the way down the line on that one. We're going to have to go pretty deep on this, and we're going to have to reinforce the defensive line because we don't want to blitz. So we got to get that line beefed up going forward. Tony says, love this breakdown. Thank you, Tony. I appreciate that, man. I wanted to kind of make this case. I know it was a long-winded one, but I'm trying to make this to where it doesn't just seem like I'm trying to take, kneecap shots at the coaching staff here. And again, to look at it as there's a positive turn here where this year it's like your season's backsliding, Carroll. Things are twisting in the wrong direction. You have the Niners and Eagles and even the Steelers who look like they might be without Pickett now on deck. What do you got to lose? What do you got to lose as we go through the rest of this year, I would say. Kind of be interesting to watch on that front of things. Brian says, I'm late, but I'm glad I'm here 12. What's up, Brian? It's good to see you in the house, man. Big country. Howdy. Good to see you guys in the house. Hope everyone's well out there tonight. Alan says, if Purdy throws for over 300 yards this weekend, I'm going to be highly pissed. It probably won't happen, though, but that's not because Purdy's not being decent. It's probably because the ground game of the Niners is, I don't know if we're going to have any answers for that. They've got us a little bit right now with McCaffrey, and that McCaffrey, Trent Williams, Niners offensive line, and Shanahan play calling has been rough to deal with, especially when they're at full strength. Cam said with Earl Thomas, he was fast, could cover a lot of ground. Cam was crazy good. He was. Earl was legit at a speed to where he could cover so much ground. He allowed you to then free up Cam. And the working between those two was perfect with that, their skill sets like that. And Black's the guy that got caught the obliterated the pass rusher. Kelton says, I don't even care what Purdy throws for. He should just be managing the game. I like Kyle, and their high-priced stars can't win the game. Then Kyle has failed Purdy. I don't want to hear MVP Purdy BS. I think he's doing what he needs to do to execute the offense right. And he is showing you, Keldon, a little bit of like Shanahan with the quarterback who's sticking to the P's and Q's of what Shanahan's guiding to direct them to do and has a little bit of some panache on top of it, can be excellent in that offense. And it doesn't matter whether it's him or whether it's all the parts. It's looking like a Super Bowl winning formula offense compared to that defense right now. And that's the most important bottom line. Green Bean 44, this season's already over. Packers have an easy schedule, and so do the Rams with the tiebreaker. It's looking long, the odds right now. I'm certainly not, prognosticating that they're going to find some foot at this point. It's kind of going where it's going. Alan says Vikings blitz a lot. Vikings barely have any talent. Scheme over talent. Yeah, I think scheme's becoming more of a, to make her to your point, more of an important part of it. And Alan, the Vikings under Flores there as the defensive coordinator, Flores understands what he's got from a talent standpoint there, which is it's not a talent-rich environment. He's got Danielle Hunter and an old Harrison Smith and an old Patrick Peterson. And so he's got to try to find a way to make it work. And so he's going to manufacture it, and he's going hyperactive in that. And they're the highest blitz team in the NFL by a wide margin. There's going to be some weeks that it works really effectively and some weeks where they're going to get burnt by it. But I like that he is trying to not do more than just sit there with the talent he has and be like, well, it's up to you guys. Make it happen or don't. You know? And if you have the talent to do that, like the Niners have the talent to kind of do that defensively. As intricate as they are offensively, defensively, they will line up with their front four and they'll just get after it. And if you have the talent to do that, you can do that. But if you don't have the talent to do that, then you got to manufacture. Jordan, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you for that, man. Hope you're having a great night. We're about to see how serious Pete is about change now that we are the 9th seed, and we'll have to win out to have a serious chance at the playoffs. Very true, Jordan. That's the last kind of most interesting part to watch in this season is it's going in the direction as it's going. Does Pete call upon an adjustment at this late of an hour? Does he look to do something a little bit more extreme? Does he, say, okay, I've tried this old approach long enough. We got to push the new, or just anything, not even what I'm advocating for, just anything differently than what they've done this year so far, which has been just kind of more of the same beat every game, win or lose. There's not a lot of adjustment in there. We're going to do what we do, and we're just going to do what we do, and you're going to do what you do, and then maybe you lose, maybe we win. And that's not going to work. They're going to have to do a little bit more than that, I think, Jordan, in my opinion. But it will be interesting to watch how they roll with it. The Blacks, I'd rather the other team score off blitzes than kill us with 15-plus play 7-minute drives. This is a place where I'm at, too, with that New Blacks, where I think that's a part of the measure of this bend but don't break defense that isn't always accounted for, that needs to be accounted for more, which is that you have offenses that are less driven as they were in the 80s and 90s to try to throw it deep. And so again, the philosophy with Coach Carroll goes back to something that he built as he was coming along to USC. And what he did is he compiled all of this data from 3 decades of football: high school, college, low college level, high college level, pros. And he took all of these results and put it into basically a computer and found a common denominator for how teams won and how teams lost and what were the crucial factors that determined wins and losses. And it was big plays and preventing a lack of big plays. And my only issue with this is I think a lot of that data was compiled up at a time when there was more of a reliance on throwing deep and hitting balls deep. There was more of the quarterbacks willing to risk interceptions than there are now. Now it's gone to more of a dink and dunk kind of modus operandi for offenses, which really run counterintuitive to the Coach Carroll style of defense, which wants to prevent against the deep passes, because it's attacking the soft underbelly of that defense, these offenses in the modern age. And so you end up with a lot of long play drives, a lot of drives where a lot of third down completions by these offenses, because they kind of know what they're going to get. And yeah, I agree. You would then end up at the defense that can be really good and have played a really good game that gets itself deep into the third quarter. To your point in this, New Blacks, because of those long drives and because of the lack of time of possession, now they're wore out. They're tired. They're spent then by late into the third quarter. It is an issue of that style of defense. Ricardo Edmondson, I agree with the title of this video. I think they fear blitzing for being left open to pass plays that they can't cover due to the blitz that may not achieve a goal. Yes, I think the question then comes down to, Ricardo, are those fears that they have well-founded? Are they giving up big plays over the top because they are blitzing? We have them this year at that low level of blitz, but that's the part that I would wonder to. The part that I would push back on Coach Carroll thinking that is him going, I'm worried about us getting beat getting beat by the blitz, that we're going to get hit over the top in that way. And if I go to all the times they blitzed this year, that's just not been the case. That's not what that's borne out. The data is not telling you that that's what's going to happen, Coach Carroll. The data is telling you that it's usually going to be a good result for you, not the worst result that possibly can happen. And so if the data told him that, if the data was telling him, hey, yeah, we got these Witherspoon with his great pass rush grade and Jordan Brooks with his 4.5, 5 sacks and Bobby with his couple of sacks, but we've got all these big plays I can show you on the highlight reel on the other side of it when we blitz, then the point would be completely well-founded by Coach Carroll to say that. He can't provide that because it hasn't happened. And so it's a fear. It's my issue with their fear on it, Ricardo, becomes one of, they have this fear not founded in anything that's in reality. That's not what teams are doing to us. Dak threw 1-9 route the whole game against us in that Cowboys game. 1-9 route. Everything else was underneath and mostly to the middle of the field. Great irony is you're playing cover 3 on that play, and you're supposed to have Woolen deep, but Woolen kind of meanders himself on the play and ends up falling back, and you end up getting a flag anyway on that play, on a play where he didn't even blitz. Again, that irony that these big plays or these flags or these changes in field position still end up occurring, even when you're not putting a whole lot of risk in there. Alex Rodriguez, I would take Daniels or Penix over Williams. Wow. Well, Williams is getting some shade. Williams is definitely getting some shade at this point, and I can't get there myself. I still would take Williams over those two guys, but I do like both those two quarterbacks too. And Jaden Daniels is rising like a top 40 hit right now. He's going to be climbing higher and higher through this post-draft process, it would seem, because he's getting a lot of juice. But I think they're all going to be pretty good quarterbacks, Alex. With Penix, the injury thing and the age are definitely got to be factored into him, no matter what he's bringing to the field. Eric, it gets old watching the offense pick a favorite receiver for the day and target them repeatedly, no matter what, if someone else is wide open. Yeah, it does for me too, Eric. And that's part of that. The offenses feel like they can predict where we're going to be in coverage, and so they can be that much more confident in attacking a single target if they want to do that. And knowing that too, Eric, we're not a team that's going to double team you. That's never been a Coach Carroll thing, really, is to lean into double teams. I was bringing this up 3 weeks ago with the Aaron Donald thing and getting Geno Smith broken, and that was after you got Russell Wilson broken, and the complete refusal by the team through the years to actually commit to double teaming Aaron Donald on a consistent basis. They don't like to do that. They want to play things just straight up. We're straight. We're Paula Abdullah, straight up. That's how we do it. Nasir says, I absolutely agree once again. Thank you, Nasir. Stoyan, I don't know about Cross and Lucas to me as a superstar. He came back and Geno started playing like he used to. Although I do feel Geno had bad pocket movement and decision making. I certainly think Cross coming back or Lucas coming back certainly seemed to steady a little bit more of the ship from an offensive line perspective. There are some advanced stats on this game, and rewatching the tape, there's a lot of dropbacks by Geno Smith in that Cowboys game where he is under a lot of pressure. And it really was a game that was less about the offensive line settling down for Geno in the pocket for him to set up and be able to really do what he needs to do, and more about Geno kind of going goated a bit in that game and some of what he was doing up until the end. Obviously, the last couple of drives was a little bit of that was the Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Smith, bad side to what he can give you. But most of that game, a lot of it, and the pressure was right there in the back kitchen on him all very, very quickly. And, those guys still did a pretty good job overall too. I think Lucas definitely has way more of an improvement from what you've gotten from, like, for instance, Stone Forsythe. And it'll be really good going forward, I think. But we do got to get the pass protection locked up and just improved overall. And so, I have your last point, that was Geno in the pocket movement. He does need to improve better with that. That's something that I don't know why this year he looks a little bit less frisky back there in the pocket. He looks a little bit more ground bound. Herbicide says good quarterbacks in the draft. Nix, Daniels, May, or Caleb. I'd be happy with any of them. I probably would be too. I got to get a little bit more sold on Nix. He sometimes throws it and I just feel like it's a half-wounded duck. The Blacks, I'd love to see more man, press coverage, and blitzing. I would too. That's what I would be aligned up to doing more of, is just run some more press on the outside, commit to more stacked fronts, commit to blitzing a little bit more, commit to trying to get yourself into the end of the season off of 23rd in the entire NFL. Get yourself to like 14th, 13th. Commit to blitzing a little bit more like that. Commit to it with more stacked fronts. Commit to it with a little more press coverage. Commit to it with some more man-based cover concepts. Especially when you got early base downs and it's Woolen and Witherspoon on the outside. Talon Deal says, I'm curious how much the teams with top 10 defenses blitz compared to us. Is there a metric versus how well a defense performs year-round? There's not really a metric that you can cross-reference in that way. There is the pro football reference that you can utilize where you can kind of put a chart going back and forth between the two. Here is where's it at here? Sorry. Looking for my blitz rate. Where's my blitz rate? There it is. So this is the one that'll tell you the overall blitz rate here. And you can certainly see that, Chiefs and Steelers are good defenses up there near the top that are, those are good defenses that are blitzing at a high rate. But then you obviously have some middle of the road to bad defenses like the Patriots, Buccaneers, Vikings, and even a bad defense in the Giants. Packers are on the rise a little bit. They're doing better. Browns is their good defense. So there are some good defenses up at the top at the high blitz rate. Let's go down to the bottom. At the bottom, we got the Jets. That's good blitz. That's good defense. Colts, Niners, yes. Cardinals, no. Raiders, no. Seahawks, no. Dolphins, kinda. Titans, Texans, Ravens, yes. I think the thing that stands out to me on the teams at the bottom of the list on your question, Talon, is that the teams that are good at the bottom of the list that don't blitz a lot, the Jets, the Niners, the Ravens. Eagles are, 20th or whatever there, so it's in the middle of the road. But the teams that are good that are at the bottom of that list have the really sensational front fours they've put together to trust that front four, to not have to blitz. That's the real keynote with it, is that I'm okay not blitzing, But then you need to have the front four dogs to get after it. And the one thing I have with this is a problem with the lack of Seahawks committing to this blitzing thing now is then it speaks to a little bit of then their blind spot that's been a continued blind spot in every offseason to properly building up a 4-man pass rush that can really truly work. I mean, it's going back for years now, right? This is part of what necessitated all of these desperate trades that you've had to make throughout the last 5 or 6 years. The Sheldon Richardson trade, the Jadeveon Clowney trade, the Leonard Williams trade here at the trade deadline. These are made because you're not beefing up your defensive line enough. You're not making it strong enough to function on its own so that you don't have to blitz. And so that's the one thing I would say with that is that, yeah, you can definitely get away, but you got to then put more reinforcements into those ranks. You got to keep, it ain't just the starters, it's the depth, it's the strength at the front. I mean, you got to really kind of make it that way, go that you can't just soft sell and go, we'll just go with this bare minimum and it'll kind of get by, you know. Talon says Pete needs to blitz or get blitzed out of town. Love the guy and he's a great coach, but he's stuck. Well said, man. Well said. And I think he is stuck right now in a philosophy that's, I understand it's brought him tremendous success. It really has, but it has gotten stuck in the mud. No doubt about that. Empower Code, thank you for the $20 donation. Sorry, I'm a little late on acknowledging the dono, but thank you for it nonetheless. He says, even in these uncertain, frankly depressing times, I know there's one place I can go to. Brando and the 12s, an antiquated regime, soft zones, obsolete run game. Man, does the future look murky. At least I can count on y'all. Well, very, very wonderful words from Empowered Code there. Very kind words with that too as well. Thank you, man. I really appreciate you saying that. And I love this place that we got here. And I appreciate you guys letting me have this kind of discussion where we can recognize this isn't me I'm not trying to go at any coaching staff tonight or hit it, nail and put Coach Carroll in the crosshairs or anything like that. Just looking at some of the oddities of this stuff and trying to turn around and understand it a bit better and maybe find an answer I haven't considered within it. As well with it. And yeah, the future does look murky right now in power. And I don't know where it's going yet. I don't know where we're going to end up with this, but maybe that's one thing that this hitting bottom or feeling like hitting bottom from a schematic structure thing and from old philosophy standpoint thing goes is that maybe this will be finally the thing to kind of awaken the beast of change. Desperation is the mother of all solutions. Isn't that the way that term goes? Well, maybe that'll actually start to awaken a little bit more of the desperation here. Hell, you've lost to this Niner team now four straight times. You beat the Rams team last year, but they had Wolford and Mayfield at quarterback. And hell, they beat you twice this year with $50 million of dead money on their books. So maybe this is the year that'll finally drive that change in power. But I appreciate you, man. Thank you for that donation. Michael Slicker, thank you for the $2 donation. Nothing in your comment, just a dono in there. I appreciate you dropping that. Very kind of you, brother. Corey Olson, why does he refuse to play press man? I think we have the talent to do so. I think your question is at the heart of my same question in the Blitz game, Corey. Why do we refuse to do the things that we do well? Remember 2 weeks ago, Eskridge runs a fly sweep for 10 yards in that Niner game? You didn't go back to another fly sweep for that whole game and for all of the Cowboys game. We blitz well. We got guys with PFF pass rush. We got multiple guys with PFF pass rush grades around 90, which is incredibly high for PFF grading system. And yet you blitz at a 23rd league level. We had a guy in Kenneth Walker when he was healthy that would be great for pitch plays and outside zone. Did you run a lot of pitch plays and outside zone? No, you did not. And when it comes to your question, you're right. We got the guys who can play press man. We absolutely do. But we don't like to do it. Or do it very often. We'll do it, we just don't do it very often. And I don't know why they lean away from the things that work. I would, all manner of logic to me would be like, even if I have a base philosophy, like, yeah, but coach, this stuff's working. Let's try to maybe lean into this a little bit. Yeah. Okay. Let's do that. I think that'd be the natural way you'd lean into it. I must be very wrong about this, but, I don't get it. I don't get it either, Corey. It leaves me scratching my head too. Thomas Cox, supposedly Carroll is a defensive coach. It's funny, but most defensive coaches want to control the line of scrimmage. But also the fact a defensive coach is not a top 10 is ridiculous. Yeah, it is ridiculous. Especially, Thomas, the fact that how few defensive-driven head coaches are there even left in this league anymore, right? How many offensively driven head coaches have better defenses than him right now? Isn't that the oddity part of this a little bit? And it's been a long time. He hasn't been in the top 10 as a defense in 10 years. To your point. The control of the line of scrimmage is the odd one to me. I was just kind of bitching about it a second ago, Thomas, that, I can go back to 19, 20, I can go back to these off seasons where you're looking at it going in, you're going, I understand Coach Carroll. You guys can go back and watch streams I did from 3 years ago where I'm talking about him going, man, we understand he doesn't want to blitz. That's fine. We got to get that pass rush right though. You went into one off season, you signed Ziggy Ansah, who was at that point 47 years old, walked in with literally a fork sticking out of his back that Carroll had to pull the fork out of his back just to get him on the football field. And then you drafted 24-year-old LJ Collier as the 17th edge in the draft he came out of in the first round. And you thought LJ Collier and Ziggy Ansah were going to be plenty. That and Jaron Reed up front were fine. That'll be enough. Then you came back the year after that. You drafted Darrell Taylor, who had just had a rod taken out of his leg coming out of college. You signed Benson Mayowa to a 1-year deal, Bruce Irvin to a 1-year deal, and you say, okay, the combination of those two guys and Darrell Taylor, that'll be enough. I don't know, Thomas. Again, why wouldn't you spend more time in your line at that point if you don't want to blitz and you want to trust the line? Wouldn't you beef the line up? Like logically, this to this to this, right? But we're in a mixed up, muddled up world that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Nazir says we have so much talent and chemistry, and to see it go to waste is devastating. It is. This team's underperforming. It's got way more talent to be better than it is right now. Across the board. Lazy Dog says, woof, woof, all 12 dogs in the pack. Love. Hey, how about that? I think on Lazy Dog, I'm going to be streaming the Huskies playoff game, by the way. So I'm going to delve into that world. I haven't done any Husky games this year, but I'm definitely going to do it for that one. So congrats to the Huskies. What a hell of a season. So it just puts a big smile on my face seeing them be able to accomplish what they've been able to do. And they got a pretty good playoff bracketing, too. They got things set up like kind of nice. They didn't get Michigan or Alabama to set things up. I think they got a winnable game against Texas there. Let's go. Empowered Code says talent rarely beats scheme. We are seeing this in action. Well said. Christian, hey Brandon, which areas of the team should the Seahawks address in the draft? I think defensive line is going to be a place that they're going to want to take a real key look at, especially if they can't bring back Leonard Williams. Middle linebacker would be the other place that I would think you've got to take. You might need to get 2 guys in the draft at that spot. Left guard, I think, is a very, very, very important play coming into, and finding something that's really quality there. That might be the highest pick you make as a left guard, especially if the value is there on the board to do so. But those would be the top 3 positions for me. I think you could be having to look a little bit too at the safety position as well. But safety and tight end are 2 kind of other spots that might be things we might be. Those are going to be at the head of it, are those first 3, Christian. Brian says Woolen's still only a third of a 4th-year cornerback, and he's babying the shoulder, leading to poor tackling efforts. He's better now, and he will be fine. Agreed. I think still Woolen's future still looks very bright. Lazy Dog, meow, meow, ladies. All love also. Thomas says we need to realistic. This year was year of 2 of rebuild. JSN, Witherspoon, Charbonnet is going to be good. They are talents, no doubt about it. We got the talent in place, Thomas. That's for sure. For me, it's just now scheme and coaching are my worries. Scheme. The 49ers rarely blitz teams, and they are stout and disciplined and tackle well. They are. They're obviously, too, though, that's that point I was making, schemed about defensive line and beefing up that line and being able to trust your front four that you don't have to blitz. The Niners have Nick Bosa. That's a top 2 pick in the NFL draft they got there. They got Eric Armstead. I think that's a top 10 pick that they've signed to a gazillion amount of money. You bring in, they got Javon Kinlaw, top 10 pick, had a couple sacks last night there against the Eagles. You brought in Randy Gregory. You made a trade for Chase Young in addition to that at the other side. You signed Javon Hardgrave to a 3-year, $20 million deal or something like that. You just they keep beefing it up. They don't just try to stack the front four. They've got this depth of talent, breadth of talent, and then they've got the top end too. And if you put that kind of line together, I don't need to blitz then. Those guys will get the pass rush done all on their own. But if I go much lighter than that, and I would say the Hawks 2023 defensive line is much lighter than that, then you're going to have to, at that point, work to dive it up. But you got to make it, you can't do the thing where you go, we're not going to put all the investment in the defensive line that's really required here. We're still not going to blitz them and expect that they're going to go out there and be able to impact offenses and not allow you to just get cut up over the course of an NFL football game because you can't get consistent pressure because the quarterback can have so much time in the pocket to be able to execute the offense. And Power says, saw an interesting blitz the Browns ran on Sunday. Fire zone, basically drop back all the defensive linemen and blitz the defensive backs, flip the roles. Pretty cool concept. Fire zone blitzes are cool. Yeah, we don't do that type of stuff in Power. You'll never see us do that type of stuff, but it is cool. I love creative blitzes, man. I really do. Thomas says it's just going to take time with the right quarterback. Yeah, I think there's a little more for me, Thomas, there than that. Just trust the talent needs to just get better and improve. I mean, for instance, in my opinion, Thomas, I don't think a lot of the problem this year has been the young talent has held us back. That we've had to live through the bumps and bruises of the green play of JSN and Charbonnet. I think the combination of our draft class coming in here has been a net positive to this team. And instead, it's more veteran players that are dropping the ball that you can't just go, well, give them another year and they'll be fine. Draymond Jones came in here and he's having the worst year of his career. Bobby's fine, but Quandre Diggs isn't playing too well. Jamal's not playing too well. Those are vets, You brought Frank Clark in here. He's giving you nothing. Bruce Irvin came back in the first quarter of the game that he came back for the Lions last week, got a sack. Frank Clark has given you nothing. Darrell Taylor's giving you almost nothing on the football field. These guys are vets. These guys are multiple years in this league. This is not just a merely it's these rooks need to grow and whatever. And I think the talent's really good. Don't get me wrong, Thomas, I do there. But the scheme and coaching, I think, is also a part we got to pay attention to here on the optimism for the future. And if it's not there, it's going to be harder to draw optimism from my standpoint on it. Alan says, oh, wow, I didn't see the Brandon Ayuk catch yesterday, but I agree, Brandon. Inconsistent calls this season like crazy. Yeah, that one was one that I saw in the replay, and I was like, oh, GSN catch told me that that's not a catch. And then they come back and they gave him the catch. I'm just sitting there going, what? What? It's the same play. Same play. And Power Funny, the 3 games the Niners lost were without Williams and Debo. Just goes to show how vital their skill positions are. Each piece is so impactful and goes right in tandem with everything else. Wonderfully put. And that's how I see it as well. I think that they've just put together a perfect kind of offensive structure there as long as it fully remains healthy. It's not depth driven and with a lot of talent across the board, but as it's put together at the top down, it can be dominant. It's a juggernaut. Thomas says Seattle needs to draft a mobile quarterback. San Francisco has shown they are weak against mobile quarterbacks. Maybe doing anything to get Daniels, Caleb Williams, or Bo Nix. This might be the year, Thomas, to your point, that we see for the first time in the history of John Schneider a willingness to move up in the draft, package future picks to go get their quarterback if they feel that that's what is needed. If they fall in love with one of these guys in that way. Alexander says, I don't want Penix because with the O-line we have, I don't want to worry about every week him possibly getting hurt. And I think that this is where I stand with this as well. I love Penix's talent, but he's got to go to the right kind of offensive line for him to not only be successful, but to remain upright. And if you put Penix behind a typical offensive line, you're going to put a first-round quarterback behind. He's going to get bashed, he's going to get broken, and probably severely injured. So put him behind the right kind of offensive line he can flourish. We don't have that line in place at this point. And I would do that first before I'd be looking to get Penix. Team like Tampa Bay, for instance, with Wirfs there and some of maybe not. They lost a couple guys. I think Jensen's almost done there too. Would be a good line. I don't know. I have to think about it, but maybe the Saints. Schemed, the defense lacks gifted players who are capable of making plays when they are such a catching a ball that's right on target or a little low or a must TD or first down interceptions. Who are capable, lacks. That's accurate scheme. I feel you there. Thomas, I want Seattle to lose all their games, maybe get a top 10 pick that JS can draft, but a top 15 in the draft. Looks like it's heading that direction, Thomas. Maybe. Schemed, maybe making the block your teammate needs in order to get the extra 3 yards, giving a quarterback time to throw. Yeah. New Blocks, Peterson. So scheme, let me read that again here. This defense lacks gifted players who are capable of making plays, and when they are, such as catching a ball that's right on target or a little low, must TD a first down or interceptions, making the block your teammates needs. Definitely need to get better with those kind of players out there. I think I understood what you're saying there, Schemed. I might have been a little bit confused on that. New Blacks, Peterson's not there anymore. It's Byron Murphy and other guys. I thought Peterson was still there. Wasn't he still there? Am I tripping? Oh, you're right. Patrick Peterson's on the Steelers. My bad. They just got so many old guys there, you know? Vashon, we don't flow as good as a defense playing zone. No, we don't. It's a weakness of our defense. And that sucks because we do it all the time. David Wheelock, we don't need a quarterback. We need guards and a defensive end. Definitely guards would be helpful too, David. I'd like a little bit what we might have in Bradford, but left guard. And if you want to get competition in there for Bradford and a high one at that, I'm fine with that. Building an offensive line is a great way to go. And to your point, David, I always say, before you get the quarterback, get your line in place. Don't get the quarterback and then get the line. And Bauer, I don't know if I want us to tank or win. The fan competitor in me says one thing and the realist says another. I hate being in this middling state. Wish we could just commit to one road. Me too, Empower Code. Me too. And, I feel being torn as well. I can never get to the place of wishing for the team to tank. I understand the fan that does. I don't castigate a fan that thinks about that in that way. But I'm always going to be the competitor part where it's like, there's a chance. But just have to see how it goes at this point. You know what I mean? Save the Geese. Why is Greg Olsen such a Seahawks hater? Kept calling them Seahawks on the Eagles 49er game. Did he really? Dude stole $7 million from Seattle to only suck, and he has the audacity to hate. He chased the money. Yeah, I mean, he came in and didn't give us a whole lot. To your point, Save the Geese. And, I think one of the first throws we made to him in that Patriot game bounced off his hands and got returned for a pick 6. And I think he had a couple drops that year. And that was a guy that you drafted. That was your big free agent signing that year. That 1 year, $7 million deal. That was your big deal. That was supposed to be the big thing. Didn't give you a whole lot. Not much of as a run blocker either. And he seems to be a little bit embittered by his time in Seattle. Save the Geese. It does appear that to me a bit. I don't know if it's the case. I also think he was like kind of buddy with Russ. So, Russ getting sent out of town had him even more soured, it seemed like. Gavin says the first game of the year said a lot. It did. It turned out to be a little bit of a omen in a lot of respects. Power code, all the homies hate Greg Olsen. Alan says, Brandon, 100% good breakdown on the Flores and Vikings blitz. Thank you, Alan. It's interesting to watch what Flores does, and I always love to see a coach who's able to get the most out of the least, who's able to maximize every last bit that he's got and then take it a little bit further beyond that. And I do feel like that's what Flores is doing with that Vikings defense this year. As they showed last year, where they were headed last year at the end of the year as a defense. Colombo Lajos, Carroll didn't do anything new in 15 years. He is garbage. Hard to see very many new things. Scheme players are focused on their contract incentives like tackles, catches, yards. They might be. Hope not. But I guess it's human nature. Thomas says Greg Olsen doesn't like Pete because what happened when he's in Seattle with Russ. Exactly, Thomas. I think it's a bit of a carryover from that. Gavin, like I said, the Seahawks get no love from the NFL, the refs, or sports media. Most play callers or announcers have always been rough on the Hawks. Sadly, it's been that way. There's only been a couple that I've ever really liked. I've always liked Mark Sanchez, and when they had Rondé Barber in there, he was pretty good for us. Corey Olsen, hey, Brandon, the offense doesn't want to go to the middle of the field because Pete is so scared of the turnover. What would that be your opinion on that? Yeah. Why else would this carry over between two different offenses from Schottenheimer to Waldron? And we're not talking about a sample size of a game or two where this data tells us this. I can bring up a heat chart of Geno's passes over the last 2 years, and in every single game, you're going to see the dots on either side of the hash mark and nothing happening around the hash marks. Nothing happening to the short side of it in middle. So when you have that much, 2 years are worth of that time period to go off of, I think you kind of, and also understanding how it was prior to that, in that they would tend to lean that direction. I think I think you get to the point where there's, and again, this matches up a little bit with Pete, right? What is Pete's defense driven by, Corey? It's driven by protecting against the deep ball, right? Which is the fear of the big play. So offensively, what does he want to do? Where's the fear at? Fear of the turnover. I don't want the offense to turn over. So in the fear of this, we are not going to do this thing. We're going to do something else. Rather than, here's how we're going to go after them. Here's how we're going to tear them up. Here's what we're going to do. We're not going to be scared of what they do. We're going after them right there. Versus it's a mentality thing, it feels like a little bit. And when you push with both of those two mentalities on either side of the ball, it doesn't exactly feel like you're putting the pedal to the metal. Brian, Pete's phobious about giving up explosives send a mixed message to his defensive backs. Do you trust them to play man or not? I do if you tell them to play man and don't tell them you need to stay on top. Try to stay on top. But I think what happens, to your point about the phobia, I love that word you use, Brian, is that what I think happens to them is I think they get it beat into their head. Don't get beat deep. Don't get beat deep. Don't get beat deep. You watch this with a guy like Shaquille Griffin when he was here. He was the greatest epitome of this because he'd be off in 10 yards and off coverage and then start sprinting post-snap as deep as he could because you just felt like he was coming back to the sideline saying, see, I didn't get beat deep. Yeah, but you got hit on the curl route. Yeah, but you got hit on the over route. Yeah, you got hit on this. Yeah, but I didn't get beat deep, so I get a mark, a passing mark for the play, right? I did my job, right? Technically, he did. I would have a lot easier time of falling and saying I can't trust him in man if they ran man, Brian, and we got beat in moments where I could see us truly running man. There are times we've gotten beat in man. So it's happened. For instance, the play on the post route to CD Lamb against the Cowboys, where you've got Witherspoon. You can tell when it's man, when it's not man very easily. Because if the hips flip opposite the sideline, they're running man. Because we do the bail drop technique, right? So bail drop is your corners are going to flip their hips to the sideline, and it's a bail drop kind of shuffle technique where they're going to, start to depth. So if you have like on that play on the post route to CeeDee Lamb early in this game, the guy flip his hips the opposite way and he's right up on top of him. It's a good indicator that it's man coverage. Now Witherspoon got beat by CeeDee Lamb on that play in a close play. Part of my worry there, what I would have done in that play, though, is I would have had, okay, you got man coverage here. I would have had Quandre then kind of angling to that side for anything trying to hit over the top. A post or a 9 route, I would tell Quandre, I want you to lean towards CD pre-snap on this kind of play. If I've got man with Witherspoon, and I just want you to worry about the post and the 9. That's all you got to worry about at that point. Just stay on top of those two so that Witherspoon can play it tight in man. But you saw instead Quandre was more single high over the top, and he was staying dead center with Dak, right? So he could keep the other half of the field cleared up. So if he had to get back there too, he could get back there as well. Keldon says yesterday, Purdy attempted 10 throws yesterday against the Blitz. He completed all 10 of his throws for 213 yards, 3 touchdowns, and a perfect passer rating of 158.3. Wow. Great job by Purdy. I still think you've got to go down to playing your man coverage situations, and that's the way you got to try to beat him. It doesn't mean it's going to 100% beat him at this point because that offense is just so good. You might have a great strategy and still gets beat because they're just that good. But I think that's the best type of strategy to attack him with rather than Keldon just sitting in the soft zone and letting him pick you apart. Because that's what we did the prior week and it didn't work, I also think, too, a little bit of the corner situation for the Eagles is starting to, this last year, it feels like with Slay and Newberry out there or whatever, it feels like it's kind of dipping a little bit with those guys, just a tiny bit. Gavin says, I still don't think our secondary knows who their responsibility is for. Big facts. Yeah, I think that's very true, Gavin. I still think it's kind of there's a lot of confusion going on out there post-snap. Brian says, Daniels won't be a quality starter. IMO, taller Bryce Young. We'll see. I haven't done my deep dive yet on him, Brian. I've watched a couple of his games. I've liked what I saw, and I've liked his step forward this year in his development and accuracy and arm strength, but I need to do a deep dive on him. It's a little bit of what happens during the season. It's just hard to get as much of a real good, keen look at these guys. But I think he's raising up, Brian. I think he's starting to rise up the boards. Michael says, could we see a scenario to where we beat Philly and be sad that we just helped San Francisco get the number 1 seed? It's very possible, Michael. Yeah, I mean, it's very possible. It certainly looks like after last night's game between the Eagles and Niners, it looks like we can play with the Eagles, maybe. Maybe. I don't know. We'll have to see, but I think we can. And if that's the case, then that might be what very well does end up happening. So, but maybe there's a good shot of that. If the Niners go out and get the number 1 seed, and the Niners go and win a Super Bowl, maybe that's the thing that now finally brings about, true change here in this city. Or at least galvanizes the team and Coach Carroll enough to take the extreme steps that they're going to need to take to get this corrected. At least extreme for them. The Blacks, Penix, Nix, and Daniels are the 3 of the top 4 Heisman candidates. Yep. Probably Penix or Daniels at this point. Thomas, I think Pete has shown that he screw up players, and it's ridiculous why the media doesn't get hard on Pete. Heck, New England fans are tired of their head coach. They are. Yeah, you're seeing Patriot fans enforced, turning on Bill, which, I just sit there and shake my head with it, where it's just like, that's where I sometimes lament, where I get not a lot, but it's a very vocal minority of folks that come out onto the stream or the chat or the comments that they get very much up in arms if there's any questioning of Pete in this regime. I mean, you guys would very surprised some of the comments that you get, where you're just like, really? You're this in on the trusting process. You're still like, it's like an undying trust. And you look across the league and it's just not this way. And I love that we in the Pacific Northwest are loyal people, and you've done something good for us. We'll never let you go. Never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you go. That's how we're going to be. I love that that's our mindset. I really do. But at the same point in time, it also kind of causes us harm. And this is one of those cases. And you can see it with the Patriot team out there. This guy just won a Super Bowl like 3-4 years ago. Yet you have them completely ready to be like, all right, let's go. It's time for something new. And I think that's just the nature of the beast in the NFL. It moves fast. It doesn't stand around and sit around for years on end, staying stagnant in the same way. And if you remain stagnant, the NFL will move on beyond you. And it's a bit of what I have as a worry right now with Carroll. And I wish the media would too, Thomas. I don't think that they will. And it seems like there's just that unwillingness is not changing anytime soon, but it doesn't mean it shouldn't. Herbicide's got Nix over Penix for me. I can understand that because it's the full evaluation there, right? Herbicide, it is the age and the injury part you factor in. Nix is a little bit older too, I think, but in his case, much less of a background as far as injury history is concerned. Holy Hand Grenade, would you all go 8-9 and show Pete that he needs to change, or go one and done in the playoffs? If it showed Pete that 8-9 was what it took to show Pete that he needed to change versus going one and done in the playoffs, then 8-9. Because what I really want to see is encouragement for the future, signs that we can be optimistic about where the future of this is going, and that's going to be driven by change at this point. Coach, schematically and philosophy-wise, there's got to be some change within that. It can't be just we're going to do the same old thing we've always done and expect it to change. There's a part of me that just thinks with this a little bit that Coach Carroll looks at this situation as cylindrical. That football is like fad diets or like fashion trends, where your cover threes in vogue in 2013, and okay, it's out of vogue right now in 2023, but that doesn't mean it won't be back in vogue in 2024. I feel like we're kind of waiting for the thing to come back into vogue rather than trying to fix it. Lazy Dog, Seahawks get zero TV coverage. Pete is safe on Fox and CBS. ESPN just got better TV than Seahawks. That's fair. Nazir Nix is definitely way more mobile than Penix. Well, not Penix got good mobility, but Nix he's going to run like a 4.5 40. Yeah, Nazir, I think the Penix has got there's some comp to be had between Geno and Penix, I think. The Country 49ers such an outlier down there. Yeah, they are. Oh, yeah, they are. At the Blitz rate? Yeah. Gavin says, Penix did say we didn't write back or something like that. He did. He took Geno's line the other day. It was cool. That was a cool little point there by Penix. Besides, as of right now, we're the 16th pick in the draft. It's not too bad. Todd L, I like how we intermixed the 3 tight end sets in the last game and helped our offense. The same needs to apply to mixing in the man coverage versus blitz versus zone. Keep them guessing. Bingo, Todd. That's it. It ain't just to say when I'm definitely advocating for blitzing, it ain't just to say send the dogs, unleash the hounds of hell. It's to say mix it up. That's what we're trying to do. We're trying to get away from predictability. One of the stats that stood out to me this year about the Seahawks, that's continued to stand out to me about the Seahawks, is we are the most predictable team pre-snap versus what we show you post-snap defensively in coverages. We keep coming back to that predictability nature, that simplistic, the ease by which an offense knows what you're going to do, and then how much easier that makes the offense able to perform what they're trying to accomplish against you. But the tight end sets, Todd, we were screaming about it here, begging for it for weeks. 2-3 tight end sets. Let's lean into that. I understand you want to work in JSN. We understand that they want to get him, validated in that 20th pick, but this is what you do good. The theme of this show would be in offense or defensively. I know it's more around the blitz, but just lean into what you do well. You may have thought this ideally in the offseason, this is what we want to do well. We want to do this on defense. We want to do this on offense. But right now, where we stand this deep in the season, this is what you do well. Lean into those things. If you're going to go down with what you're strongest at, so to speak. Adrian X, thank you for the $2 donation. As someone who's had the moist for Pete, he needs to go. Thank you for the $1 donation, Adrian X. I think that it's getting more and more into this realm of things, and I think if there isn't going to be change this season and we're not going to find the footing people are looking to be found, there's going to be a lot of people coming at the end of this year, and then that we're going to hear as loud a chorus as you've ever heard since Pete's been in Seattle now in 12 years for change, for this to be going into a different direction. And I could tell that the organization's got to take a little bit of a feeling on this one, because there will be I can just speak to it on talking the chat and seeing online how this has kind of reacted in recent weeks. There'll be a lot of a lack of excitement for this team going into next year if things are just going to maintain on course where they're at right now. And I don't know if that's enough to motivate ownership or coaching or whoever, but it should. It should, Adrian X. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $5 donation, man. It's good to see you in the chat too, brother. Hope you're having a good night. It's time for a coaching change, says Randall. Cut Diggs and Adams. Draft a quarterback in round 1. My fear is we limp into the playoffs or just miss. Pete dies on that hill again. Yeah, there's a little bit of my worry on that too, is that Pete gets just enough out of this season to think that, it was really just the talent. It's just the young guys. That's all. It's not my scheme. It's not that that's outdated. It's not that I have too much control in too many different areas that's maybe negatively overall impacting things. No. It's just the talent. So we just get a little bit more healthy. We'll get a little more, healthier, and we'll get a Chenna back next year, and we'll get some more picks this year, and then that'll be it. I think we got to go more to get to a contending state. To get to a contending state, I think it's going to take a bigger, and not necessarily just that Coach Carroll's got to move on, but he's got to enact bigger change than just that. Like you say, it does that time, Randall. It just does feel like it's that time. And in regards to Diggs and Adams, the Seattle Seahawks made a grand experiment of the safety position. The safety position a couple of years ago was moving strongly in a direction of being devalued throughout the course of the league. Teams are looking at it as one that you do not invest money or draft picks into that position, or high draft picks into that position. And overall, as a general rule of thumb. And as that trend was going through the league, the Seattle Seahawks decided that they were going to give up 2 first-round picks and a third-round pick for Jamal and then make him the highest-paid safety in the league. And then on the end of that, they were going to, on a 30-year-old Quandre Diggs, decide to make him a top 10 safety. And then this offseason signed Julian Love to a 2-year, $11 million deal. You know, they've made this grand investment into that secondary, and you're not getting any of the returns from doing it. And especially as it's such a big leap of change from what other NFL teams do across the league, it's not working, and it needs to be fixed. And when we come into this offseason, when you look at the cap situation standing at about $6 to $7 million right now, I'm sorry, it's not that Diggs is not just played horrifically, but it's just you're not getting the money for it at this point for a final year to go on board with this. You cut him out. You make Jamal Adams a post-June 1st designation. You save a lot of money between just those 2 guys alone to be able to go out and beef up maybe the defensive line, maybe go get a guard out there. Put it into an investment in another place that actually can have some true impact, Randall, you know. But I hope not, man. I hope that Pete is not just sitting here going, I'm going to just keep doing this again and again and again and again, and it eventually will click into place. That somebody eventually can hit him over the head and going, come on, man, this isn't working. Make the change that needs to happen to make it work. Hard to say, though, that that's going to happen at this point, Randall, right? You would have thought that would have occurred by this point if it was going to occur. Thank you, man. Appreciate you. Phoebe Moore Seahawks with a $2 donation says, how long do you think we're going to rotate Lucas? Probably a couple weeks. You know, probably a couple weeks, but maybe longer. I mean, Coach Carroll, this is another place where he just kind of goes different than what is the real kind of rule of thumb on this, which is that as the guy gets into shape and healthier, he should eventually be the 100% guy out there. But Coach Carroll, the way he was talking about a couple weeks ago, the rotation with the offensive line, he likes rotations. He likes moving guys through. He sees a value in doing that. I don't know that I agree with him on this, but that does seem to indicate that's probably where he wants to go with it. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, I don't want a left-handed quarterback. Don't draft outlier. Don't draft an outlier. Outliers are definitely a little bit of what you want to be careful with. That's for sure, Randall. And you got to be careful of those lefties, man. You got to change your whole offense up. Your right tackle becomes your blind side protector. It's just wild. The spin's different out of their hand. It's Penix is going to be an interesting, one of the more wilder quarterbacks evaluations to watch take precedence across the league. A lot of college football played, theoretically very pro ready, great NFL arm, even some mobility he can bring to the stage. Great processor at the position, can go through multiple reads, but you got some things with him that are going to be a little bit dicey and tough to have to climb on board with from a coaching standpoint. I do not know where he's going to go, Randall. I think it's top 20, but it wouldn't shock me in the least if you saw a guy like Penix drop just out of the first round and into the second round too. It could go into that direction as well. It's a little bit like Levis last year, a very talented player, but some big questions over them that make it very hard to know where exactly they are going to kind of go to. He's got a great arm. He throws some beautiful balls, though. He really does. Mr. Joe, Niner fan here. He's 100% right. Our front four gets there without the blitz. You guys do it, man. And it's a purposeful thing. We're going to draft and we're going to beef up this defensive line so well that we can trust them not to blitz. And then we can protect our back end. Even if at times we got some spots that aren't the most talented at that point, we can overcome that because then we're taking advantage of those zone drops. We're squeezing those zones to where we're weak. And it works. And I don't mind that as a strategy, but you've got to then put the investment in that's equivalent to what the Niners have done on that side of the ball. And, we haven't done that in recent years. We haven't come close to addressing it in that same manner. Brian Lucas back may have a lot to do with the change in tight end usage. It might have. It was good to see no matter what, at least. That's the part I like. Mr. Joe says we play you guys next. Good luck, Seahawks fans. May the better team win. Go Niners. Hey, thank you, Mr. Joe. Appreciate you. And like Keldon in here, we got a lot of Niner fans who come on in the chat from time to time. So always welcome in here, man. And you guys are having a hell of a year. Best of luck to you as well. Hope it's just a good, clean game. No injuries and not a flag fest. Todd L. Jamal Adams cost us 14 points to the Cowboys, 2 touchdowns. Fourth quarter, 441, 437. Check the tape. Disgusting coverage. Cowboys were reading him for an easy score after the first touchdown. Needs to go or improve. Yeah, it's you got attacked in coverage in this game. And, you're paying him top 5 money. You're not getting top 5 play. Bottom line. Keldon says you should be going after your coach. You need to coach him how to coach every show now. Maybe I will. I might. Thomas says, I feel the 5th round center that Seattle drafted is legit. Only problem is Carroll doesn't start him. Sorry, I can't spell his name. Oluwatimi. Olu. I like him too, Thomas. And odd at how much they've held on to staying with not even trying to start him out there because Brown's not played particularly well from the center position this year. But he must be a great communicator. Gavin, no, Darrell Taylor's not lived up to what they thought he would be. And remember with Darrell Taylor, he didn't just cost you a 2nd-round pick. He cost you a 2nd-round pick that they moved up for. They moved a 3rd-round pick to move up in the 2nd round to get him. A guy with the rod in his leg that had him cost his whole rookie year here. He was out because of that. It's still getting back after that injury. I mean, they really loved his talent with what they saw on tape. Hard to understand what exactly they saw, especially for me. I get that he's got the explosiveness as a pass rusher, but he just gives you just nothing as a run defender. I mean, it's worse than Irvin when he was young in his career. It's really, really bad. Thomas says, by the way, go Huskies. Let's get that natty. Let's get that natty, Tom. Let's stack up number 2 here in the last 30 years. Let's do it. Got a chance, man. Mager says, I'm glad I don't have to watch FSU. You feel bad for FSU. It happened to them. They did get screwed. And complete BS. Complete BS. I guess we are going to call it the Alabama Invitational from now on, huh? Representative, we should dump Diggs and Jamal in the offseason, re-sign Big Cat, and bring Ryan Neal back. I'm all right with that. I can go for that. Thomas says, I'm done with the Mariners. I wonder if they're getting sold because they don't have money. I don't either. I know what's going on, Thomas. They're getting ready to either break the hearts of their fans or do something really cool. It seems to be one of those two things with all the salary dumps. And knowing their recent history, probably the former rather than the latter. I'm watching it, but I'm worried. Adrian X, beyond pissed, looking at Rams and Packers, knowing very well we have a better roster than them. That's right. That's right, Adrian X. Even looking at teams to me, Adrian X, that we're 1 game away from in our win-loss record. You're going, we're way better than that team. How are we 1 win away from them? You know, that's the underperforming aspect of this team. That's where we can't just say, well, it's year 2 of the rebuild. Yes, it's year 2 of the rebuild, but is the team performing up to their capabilities of what their potential is for this year? And I'm not saying they were should be Super Bowl contenders necessarily this season, but it should be a whole hell of a lot better than it's been. Zach Smith says, when did you have your first real doubt about Coach Carroll? Probably into 2018 and 19. It became obvious that he wasn't going to evolve his defense at all, number one. For a long period of time, he was not trying to update his offense. And so as the talent was going out the door, as the Legion of Boom was coming to a close, and as you were more relying on Russell to be just magical to win you football games rather than a structured offense that was modernized in its approach, that led me to believe that this is a guy that no matter what he creates as far as a locker room chemistry goes and an environment and culture, he's always held back on both sides of the ball by his scheme and his philosophies in this modern age. Not always, but it's been now where this modern age is at and where he's going to. Now, in 2020, Zach, I had a place where I went, okay, well, maybe the offense was run the way it was run because you had Wilson here and you're trying to maximize his gifts, and Wilson is not an on-time quarterback. He's not a structured quarterback. So modernizing for a Wilson with his talents, an offense is maybe not the best way to go. Maybe that it was better to try to lean into what he did well. So you changed to Waldron, look like you're modernizing your approach. Defensively, you had Coach Carroll have this great press conference, one of my most favorite press conferences Coach Carroll has ever given at the Combine, talking about the ways that he needed to see his defense change, which were aligned right with what we had been talking about leading up to that point about what was the failure of his defensive approach. So I had then kind of a reset of a counter go on then 2 years ago going, okay, I know I'm kind of at my wit's end here, but let's reset the counter and give him now this 2-year period and see where at the end of that and see if those updates have been applied. And, he's not applying them. That's the issue. So it's been long held. I've given him kind of like a little extra line of 2 years. I probably wouldn't have given another coach absent Carroll. That's this whole, if there's you got to have more respect give him the respect for the extra 2 years other coaches wouldn't have gotten. And he's not pushing the ball forward, unfortunately. Thomas says, look where the Niners would be. Bosa wasn't a Niner. They had 2 or 3 years of good drafts, but eventually all of them will need to be paid, especially Purdy. They've got to figure out something down the line contract-wise, but they've done a good job managing it so far. And yeah, Bosa's kind of what makes that defense most work. That's no doubt about that. But they got a lot of talent in other places too. Brian says FSU has to blame their coach for this. Never should have played Travis as late as he did in the game against Northern Alabama. That's a fair point. But they're undefeated. They're undefeated. And I know they didn't play the hardest of schedules, but I don't know. I think if you got teams that are undefeated like that, this isn't like a TCU or a BYU type team in FSU. They play through a fairly legitimate schedule. Otherwise, I think you got to give it to them. You got to give them the nod, I think, at that point. Alan, keep Mario Edwards over Draymond Jones. Yeah, I'd move on from Draymond too. You can throw him with Quandre and Jamal at this point. Thomas says, I'm just hoping Seattle gets so much talent that Pete can't screw it up, or maybe Jody and John Schneider gets smart and forces him out. That's what we've been joking in recent weeks, Thomas, that maybe we'll outdraft the schematic problems. Yeah. We'll say you can't drink your problems away. Just start lining up shot glasses. Empower, yeah, the Draymond deal was absolute garbage. You can get out of it after this year. That's the good part, which I'm expecting the team to do, but not a good deal. Not good. Orlando, I think Seattle will finish 3-2 in the 5 games to finish 9-8. I definitely think for sure Orlando, we take the Titans and the Cards. And boy, the Steelers game with no Pickett in there, if you got Mitch Trubisky at home, I probably would give us the nod on that too, Orlando. Yeah, I like 9-8. That sounds probably right. Amazing Mario Brothers. Would it be fitting if we beat Philly and then lose the following week at home against Tennessee? It would perfectly sum up our inconsistency. That'd be perfect, man. That would be absolutely on. Yeah. 100%. 100%. That's the way this team's been this year. Zach Smith, it's crazy the Cowboys have Dan Quinn and Shoddy. They do. They do indeed. Getting something out of him. Thomas, it's sad that the UW coaches focus on the small things. Seattle head coaches who won a Super Bowl doesn't do it. Maybe DeBoer is better than Carroll. It could be at this point. And it's there's players sometimes have the game grow past them, where the game goes and where it once was. Coaches can have the game grow past them too. And I don't think that it's an indictment of Carroll being a bad coach or that what he accomplished in his career wasn't completely legit. And at one time he was absolutely at the forerunner of being at the cutting edge on what he was doing in the NFL, but not a forerunner anymore. And DeBoer does look a little bit more like that. And DeBoer's star is rising. The job that he's done in Washington can't be undersold. I was thinking about it today, and the amount of coaches that have come through Washington since Don James retired, never getting the team back to the state where Don James had them or close to the state where Don James had them at the end. And DeBoer's been the guy now to finally get that through and done. That's no small task, as shown by how many coaches came through, and even at times some pretty quality coaches that have come through. Sarkisians, Willingham, Lambright, Neuheisel. How many guys got their chances coming through on it? But yeah, DeBoer star is definitely on the rise. Thomas says, I worry that Daniels didn't play well against FSU Georgia. I will key in quarterback once us fans know what's going on in the NFL draft. Yeah, me too. Because as we're seeing Thomas, we're hearing even about some of these guys still going back to college, and you never know who's really coming out and who isn't. And I got to do the deep dive too. The thing that I think you got to give Daniels a little bit of credit for with this is you got to give him a bit of that, Spencer Rattler, Will Levis benefit of the doubt a little bit with to a small degree. Not that it's an overarching point to the assessment, but just a little bit of the degree in there where you say they're playing in probably the toughest conference in NFL and in college football, and they don't have the greatest of supporting casts around them. And how much does that factor in? How much leeway do you give them, especially when they're playing against those top dog competitions that have the talent that his team doesn't necessarily have? Being counter, the Huskies are legit when the offense is clicking. Definitely getting McMillan back into the flux where you have now Polk, McMillan, Dunzier on the outside, where he can just really now, one of Penix's the best things he does is drop back, go through his reads. And when you give him three truly awesome reads like that to go through, one of those guys is going to be open. His ability to quickly go through the reads means he's likely to find him. And that's part of, I think, what's going to help to open the offense back up here, where it had found a little bit of a dip mid-season through with McMillan's injury. I look for it to go a little bit, even with the tough competition in the next couple of games, being able to find a lot more of its consistent footing. Tommy says there is little evidence that Pete is anything other than a 500 coach. He may be good at developing a culture, but that doesn't win Super Bowls. Yeah, the culture is great, but the culture is only as good as far as it is to get players who play hard across the board, hard on a weekly basis, and then it brings about ultimately success with it. And because it brought success 10 years ago doesn't mean that same culture brings you success today. And there is more and more evidence with that may be where really Pete is at the end of the day is more closer to a little bit better than average is what he brings you as a coach. Kind of that's just what he's got. Thomas Cox says, if the NFL was so loyal, the Eagles would still have Doug Peterson as their coach. Seattle media needs to wake up. They do. Loyalty is good, but not when it comes to the cost of costing you. And there's and if it's industry standard, if it's not, it's not. If 30 other teams in the league are doing something a certain way and you're being that one team like, no, we're not going to do it that way. Like, you're either really brilliant or you're really, really dumb, right? One of those two there. Brian says, bailing on Belichick, Carroll, either you're a fan of the team or not. My loyalty to Seattle doesn't hinge on loyalty to coaches. Beautifully put, Brian. Wonderfully put, man. That is awesome. It's a struggle I have at times with fans in here. And I had this at times with the Russell Wilson talk. And I understand some fans, for instance, came into their fandom when Russell Wilson started to be great and the Hawks started to be great, and that captured your imagination. And there's a special place in your heart for those guys in the long term. And I'm not trying to take that away from anybody when I talk in the way I do. But it is at the end of the day. You're rooting for the team. You can root for the players. You can root for the coaches. You can have their back. You can have their loyalty. But where most of us lie, at least, is in rooting for the team. And that's what drives us as fans, is we want to see our team be great. Above an individual player, above an individual coach, the team. And that's, I think, the right way to go. And If it comes down to loyalty or having the right coach, I'll take the right coach over the loyalty. I need to have the right coach in here. Not we give Coach Carroll the golden parachute end he has somehow deserved from 10 years ago. Tommy, I was a fan of Seahawks way before Pete and will be way after he's gone. From Knox to whoever it is 30 years into the future. Pete is just an era that I'm ready to move on from. It's the way I see it too, Tommy. I've been the same way. I've been through a lot of eras here in Seattle as a Seahawks fan. This is just another era. It's one of the most successful ones we've gone through. But it does feel like it's at a wind down point, and we're starting to kind of, turn this forward a little bit at this point, or that time has come. Brian says, Brandon, we need an update on both fantasy leagues and Pumpkin's preseason predictions. I got to see on the predictions with Pumpkin. Her 12 wins ain't looking so good right now. I'm coming on in fantasy right now. I'm not gonna lie, you guys. I'm kind of getting hot here. I'm getting hot at the right time of year in fantasy. Okay. It was, I'll bring it up here and show you guys where we're at with the leagues. But the official Hawks Nest League is going strong right now. Let's get this up here. Get it up here for you. Boom, 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 boom. There we go. So, you can see right now we got Herbo at 9-3. Got some 9-3 dogs in there. But I'm coming on strong here. I'm about to win this week. So I'm going to raise my record up to 7-6. I'm rising though. I'm rising. And I got a solid squad. So we have an 18-team league, by the way. So when you see I've got a tight end by here, that's why that's that way. We don't have any tight ends left because in this league, everybody's grabbed. So this week was not the hardest for me. Big Dog just didn't have anybody on his bench to call upon, I guess. He just kind of gave up. He did that rollover thing, but I'm winning this week. I'm in the playoffs right now. I feel like no one's going to want to play me in the playoffs, I'm like that team, the Cinderella team that like nobody's going to want to play. Nobody's going to want to play me in the playoffs. We'll see how it goes, though, Brian. Feeling good, though. Greg Brandon's Atlanta moved up from 27-6 to pick Julio Jones. So how doable is it for the Hawks to move up if they want? It'll cost all 3 picks to move up. And I saw someone in the chat say Hawks currently have pick 16. Yeah, it does depend on where we're moving up to, Greg, I would say. That's the big point. Because, like, if you're going up from 16 to 2 versus if you're going up from 16 to 8, the difference is really, it's a wide difference at that point, Greg. It moves exponentially the more you drop back. Because one thing that I've noticed the last couple of years in the draft moved up and downs is if you remove the top 5 territory and just kind of teams moving up, like I'm saying, kind of from that, kind of like Greg, for instance, I think like the Cardinals moved up in the draft from like 12 back to 5 to get Paris Johnson or something like that. And the cost wasn't terribly great. They didn't have to give up like an extra first round pick to make that happen. So if it's from 16 to 2, 3 first round picks all day is what it's going to cost, and probably extra beyond that, being that you're at 16. So you're probably going to have to, would have to give up another second round pick plus even like a 4th on top or something, maybe a player in there. And maybe we can make some players happen in this to make the deal work a little bit. But I would say 3 first round picks are you going to 2. If you're going from like 16 to like 8 to get like a Michael Penix or Jaden Daniels, if they loved him so much there, then you're looking at maybe more of like a second round pick actually might make that happen at that point, Greg. If you look at the recent drafts with the move backs in the first round that have happened, the Jimmy Johnson chart hasn't applied in recent years as much on those first round picks, absent going really high in the draft. Really shooting for the moon. Really trying to go high. Flipping blackjacks. I think the Hawks' best case scenario is 9-8 and miss the playoffs. Make the playoffs, but I think we could win out and get blown out in wild game 1. I think that's right. Yeah. Alan at Brandon, 100% agreed. There's a saying that said, if it's not broke, don't fix it. That's right. It's one that I go to very often. Being counter, I think he just rickrolled us. I did. I'll rickroll you. Gonna rickroll you. Thomas, I was a fan before Carroll became a coach. Heck, I was a fan since Knox When people say you're not a fan because Carroll won a Super Bowl is not smart. If us fans are loyal, there is no Holmgren. It's the great logical point, people that want to stay, and I've mentioned it, thank you for reminding me of it, Thomas. It's the great point that the people that want to stand on the hill and say, if you say bad things about Coach Carroll, if you want to move on from Coach Carroll, well, you're disloyal, and be careful what you wish for. Well, the problem with that is if I apply your same logic and your same reasoning process, this coach got us to a Super Bowl. So therefore, we've got to show him some loyalty. Certainly, if a coach had gotten you to, if I talk about these presumptive people and I say, if a coach got you to a Super Bowl within 3 years, you certainly want to move off him at that point, right? He certainly has shown you enough to stay with him longer than that if he has a little bit of a bumpy road after those 2 Super Bowl years in refinding his footing. And they would say, absolutely. That's what I'm telling you, what you got to do here with Carroll. That's what you got to do too then. They would want to be consistent in their argument, right, if we were having this debate. The problem comes into play. You never get a Coach Carroll if you apply this loyal argument that they want to apply. You never get the guy that you're holding in high regard if you apply the same logic and reason you're asking me to apply in this situation to Carroll. Because you wouldn't have moved on Mike Holmgren. Mike Holmgren got you to a Super Bowl in 2005. In 2008, he was out the door. In fact, in 2017, his last year, you told him that'll be your last year. You get your farewell tour right now and then you're gone. That's the way that worked. It wasn't about loyalty. It was about who is the right coach. And then you moved on from Holmgren and you hired a new guy. And you just stay on that new guy and say, we got to give him years to, we got to be loyal and give him time to bring in his culture and give him time to establish and get the right talent in here and make him. No, you moved off the guy after a year when you determined it wasn't the right guy and you got to Coach Carroll. That's what gets you a great coach. That's what gets you a Super Bowl. The be loyal and just sit on a guy thing, that's not getting you any Super Bowls. You might feel warm and fuzzy in your heart because you're a little bit more loyal, but it doesn't mean your team's going to be ultimately any more successful. They'll be less successful actually on the other side of it. Adrian X, thank you for the $2 donation. As I say we take next week off and try versus the Eagles. Everybody just gets all up in their pads on the sideline, Adrian X, and then Coach Carroll comes out the midfield stripe. And he goes out and does one of the old Emperor Roman moves, where he goes over to Shanahan and he's like, He goes the other way. Just takes the whole team right back in the locker room. I love it. Let's do it. Let's do it. I'm with it, man. I'll sign that petition. Tommy says, what the Seahawks should do? Blitz Spoon, Adams, and Bobby at the same time and trust that Love, Woolen, and Diggs can cover for 3 seconds. It's better than getting dunked on play after play. That's right. Don't you get tired of those balls hanging on your face as he's... Thomas says, this isn't discounting Pete. It's what I consistently see each game. This team has too much talent to be 6-6 and playing down against Dallas and Niners. Yeah. Preach, brother. Flipping hard to do when we can't complete a third down to save our lives. Sustained drives is what's killing us. A lot of time, it seems like the other team has our entire playbook. Yeah, that Ravens game especially, flipping 5 checks. It seemed like they knew every play that was coming. Being counter, Penix, better watch out. Geno trademarked that saying. It was announced today that Geno Smith is taking young Michael Penix to court, overutilizing his phrase during a press conference. Geno, quote unquote, said, I trademarked that. You will be writing back. You'll be writing me back a check. Tommy, I want our next coach to chew Copenhagen, not bubblegum. We need someone with some discipline and attitude and less hippie. What's up, Space? How you doing, man? Green Bean, Ram literally spend the least, like 20 cents on defense and the rest on offense. And, well, Stafford is better than Geno. In every way, so the Rams will always be ahead. Yeah, maybe so. Tommy, do you really trust this team not to sign a bunch of Monets and Irvins if they get $50 million again? I don't. No, I don't. I agree, Tommy. That's the way they've definitely drafted Red better in recent years, but the way they spend money in recent years has been still very much a confounding item. And Thomas, I'm with the young and hungry team, man. Let's go. Amazing Mario Brothers. Building from back to front is the way to do it. Thought nobody ever, other than Pete Carroll. Yeah. When they chose to do it, I was like, bold choice, Cotton. Bold choice. That's a way to go, you know. That is a method. What's up, Jared? Was wondering if you were Alan. Haha, good evening. Kellen says, don't disrespect that left-handed shade. Oh, there's a heavy anti-left-handed bent in this chat, Keldon, and it's existed in my channel from day one, okay? And I say to you this as a man, if you'll notice, who's a lefty, okay? My people both love me in here, and they both castigate me like I'm the elephant man, okay? I'm treated like the elephant man in here because I'm a left-handed man. And you can see what happened to Michael Penix now. This left-handed hate will not stand. It will not stand. We're people. Our blood bleeds. Yeah, Packers are looking good. Packers are looking real good. Tommy, I am not unhappy. I grew up in the Don James era in Olympia as a Husky fan. Then I got a scholarship to WSU and became a Coug. Then I married a Southern woman and moved to Georgia. So I got 2 titles out of UGA and may get 1 out of the Huskies. Still got a dog in the fight. But yes, they didn't play well. Yes, sir. Let's go Huskies. Green Bean Hawks aren't way better than the Rams. Haha, get out of here. Rams have Stafford who won a Super Bowl. Barely. Yeah, they're way better. Rams dumped a bunch of salary. We got a way more talented team, but we're not playing up to snuff. Thomas, I don't care who Washington plays, but you have a team who hasn't lost to just get screwed because of injury. How many teams had an injury just to lose? FSU didn't lose just to see Bama go to the playoffs. Yeah, I think it's stupid, and it sets a bad precedent, Thomas. It sets a real bad precedent. I think Florida State got screwed on this completely. Alabama, should have earned their way into it. If Alabama deserves being there, you know why? Because they barely shaded out Georgia in a game. I don't know. Yeah. Benjamin Jarvis, Geno deserves better than this garbage fan base. I like Geno, man, Benjamin. I'm not anti-Geno. Big counter, the year Earl gave Pete the finger was when it seemed like things are bad. Yeah, definitely stuff was starting to twist a bit there. Tommy says, what do you think Russ and Legion of Boom was? It was his talent overtaking the scheme. Look at Pete's record without them. True. Keldon, is Pete doing more with less, or is Sean McVay doing more with less? Sean McVay is doing more with less, Keldon. Pete Carroll's doing less with more. Lazy Dog, get a live game I can sit front row, mile house seat. I go to the game to route for my team, but with cash, it is about you root for your team, not a seat. Yeah. Tommy says, worst fear is we miss out on the playoffs, and Pete takes that as we're right there competing instead of getting a quarterback. He convinces John to get a Bobby replacement instead or something. Very well could be that way. Malky, it's time for Pete to go. He's too old. He's too unwilling to change. We can't keep calling for the coordinators. It's time to call for Pete's head. He will always be a legend, but his time is done. Well said, Malky. Very well said. And I don't have a lot to add on top of that. This seems to be a sentiment that's very much growing within the fan base, and one myself that I may end up arrive at by the end of the year. I'm going to give Coach Carroll the full time here on the 2 years and this season to see where it finishes out fully, but I'm pretty much at the spot where it's like, okay, kind of at the end of my rope here too. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm a fan of the Seahawks because of owner Al Davis. Could not stand how he treated his fans in Oakland. Yeah. His son didn't do much better moving him out of town, did he? Thomas, would you trade DK in next year's first to get as high as possible? I trade DK in next year 1 for Chicago. 2nd first round pick. So you're talking 2 first round picks to get up to Chicago's number 1 for Caleb? Probably would. I don't want to trade DK. I really don't. Like, moving DK is one of the things I least want to do at all. Having a chance to get Caleb Williams and getting your quarterback that's that much of a difference maker of talent at the position. I don't think he's generational, but I think he's one of the upper crust of quarterbacks that's come out of draft in recent years. You're not going to have an opportunity to get that kind of guy anytime in the near future. So if that's what it took, then that's what it took. But I'd really like to avoid moving DK if there's any possible way this offseason. Kieran, I think we have to hope Purdy's agent comes hard, gets that kid paid like one of the best ever, whether he is or not. That'll force the Niners to have to drop some of their stacked roster. Maybe so. Maybe so. We'll see. They still got another year after this where he's still on the rookie deal. Tom Eden, Tom Coughlin had 2 Super Bowls too and was obvious when his time was up, just like it's obvious with Pete now. Doesn't make what Pete did wrong. It's just like an aging MVP quarterback. Yeah. It's the way it goes sometimes, man. It's the way it goes. Philip says, hardly anything I am impressed enough in this draft to move from our pick to the second pick in the draft. Yeah, Caleb would be the only one I'd do it with, Philip. I wouldn't do it for Drake May or any other quarterback or any other player. Calvin says, all these head coaches are instant multimillionaires. Don't feel bad if they get put on the street. No, I don't. We certainly don't feel bad for the players when they get cut, right? Standard Champion says we shouldn't have to qualify criticisms of Peter looking beyond him with bringing up his accomplishments. The gratitude for the past goes without saying. I wish it did. It's something that people, what I'm trying to do by pre-qualifying it a little bit, Standard Champion, is in these people that are pro-Carroll people, and as I always say on this channel, I want to have a wide breadth of thought come in here. And there are a contingent of Coach Carroll folks that are in here that I get on my chat. They're not as much in here today, and they're not as much necessarily speaking as loudly now with where things have gone. You know, like for instance, if we come back and we have a really good this week against the Niners and keep the Niners to 13 points, you'll see a cavalcade of comments come in and, that people then saying, see the disrespect to Pete, but this is where what I'm trying to do by pre, and you're right, we shouldn't have to do it, Standard Champion. The only reason I am doing it is to try to pull the lead dog from their argument, because they don't have a lot to stand on. It's undoubted that the scheme has remained the same on both sides of the ball more than it's changed over a 10-year period. And the same is true of his philosophy and his approach to the game. And then it becomes whether or not that's a workable approach as it stands right now. So they have to I can't say the word obfuscate. I can't ever say that word, but I like to use it. They got to kind of, make it seem like you don't have respect for him or something. They got to turn it into a kind of a personal thing, rather than just let's have just a debate about getting personal or pulling the insults up, because then the insults are coming after that. You don't have any loyalty to Coach Carroll. You don't have any respect for what he did. But if you can lead with and pre-chamber it and say, I have all the respect for what he did, I think it doesn't, somehow put him in a horrible light now to bring these things up, or not completely have the gratitude for what he's done in the past by bringing this up. And now they've got to go to the next part of the debate, And it's hard to get them to go there a little bit with it. And that's why I do preload. But you're right. You shouldn't have to preload it necessarily. Tommy, I think I would have more faith in Pete if he hired someone alpha, DC, or OC, like get someone who has a stature and credentials to not be a yes man. Those guys who won't come here, though, because of Pete. True. I don't think he'd be interested in hiring him. And yeah, Benjamin Jarvis, I definitely love. I have... as I was saying earlier on this stream, I think Geno had maybe his best game of the year this last week against the Cowboys, or close to. So I don't have any problem with Geno. I've been very much a backer of Geno throughout this year, and even when there's a lot of people giving him that shade. Thomas, we can't just think Penix will suck because Young was only Hall of Fame quarterback if we went by the norm, Russ would have not been a quarterback for the Seahawks. Yeah, I wouldn't be against taking Mahomes because he's lefty. That was more of a, Randall, I think, was more joking with that, Thomas, than he was being serious. And me too with that. I wouldn't be precluded doing that with Penix. My issue with Penix comes more to age and injury especially. He's been very kept, very clean there with the Washington Huskies during his time. And that's not necessarily how it's going to be at the pro level. And what happens when you start to, take some of that peating and pounding on a weekly basis? Is his body going to hold up? But I think he'll be a very good player if he's got just even beyond skilled position players, just getting an offensive lineup in front of him that can keep him upright, to me. AZ Hawk 12-team playoff will help the controversy over the top 4 CPF. It would. Hell, even getting to like an 8-team would certainly, I think, at least make sure that nobody got left out, But they'll expand it eventually, I'm sure, to your point, AZ. It's only a matter of time. New Blacks, why do people want to trade DK? I don't know. There's some that are out on him. There's some that look at him as the one good asset that we can have, that we can get a big, mighty return for. If it comes down to dig up to Chicago's pick, if the difference is between giving 3 first-round picks up or giving up 2 first-round picks in DK Metcalf, I'm giving up 3 first-round picks myself. But it's kind of always presented at just about every stream I pop on. There's usually 1 or 2 folks that'll present it out there. It's kind of a thing. I don't want it to happen, though. I'm not advocating for it. Not at all. Not at all. Andre Soberino. Thank you for subscribing to the channel, Andre. Appreciate you for doing that. Keldon says you've been helping the Niners since you traded Russ. Might as well trade DK too. We would love that. Yeah, I bet you would. Not happening. Not happening, Kellen. Tommy says there are 2 ways a hero can go. Right off into the sunset with a victory or sacrifice themselves for the betterment of all. Pete wanted the former, but he should have chosen the latter. There we go. Beautifully put, Tommy. Beautifully put. Brian Myers, hey y'all, got to feed the beast. Great chat, B. Let's go Hawks. Let's go. AZ Hawk, I'm a pro DK. He's an edgy player. I want to keep that kind of player. Maybe I'm in the minority. You're not the minority, AZ Hawk. I certainly do not want to trade him. And it's something that does get broached as a subject. It does get raised quite often in the stream here, but I think DK is part of the solution, not even where close to part of the problem. And I'd much rather see him spend the rest of his career here in Seattle than looking to move him. Hawks hold the Niners that we're in trouble next week. Hawks, I know it could be worse than the other week. Yeah, it's possible, Karen. I wasn't saying we would hold them to that. But if they did, there would be a bunch of fans being like, see, Carroll Stevens, great. Greg, wouldn't the point of getting a quarterback like Caleb be to have throw into DK in his prime? Yeah, I mean, obviously, you'd ideally love to have Caleb. That's why I said, Greg, if it came down to being able to have a choice between 2 first-round DK or just 3 pure firsts, I'll take the 3 pure firsts, even throwing in a kicker pick rather than including DK myself. But I think that the overarching thing does become to me on this about whether or not I would do that for Caleb or not. It becomes your evaluation of Caleb and is he a special quarterback prospect or not. To get your hands on the potential of a special quarterback prospect at this stage of things, I think that's overrides enough at that point than just the skill position player. It's hard to find the quarterback and the QB of the future and the right guy. And, it certainly wouldn't be an easy one to pull, but I do trust him where Caleb's going to go at the next level myself. As long as his head's wired right, of course. Keldon, were you trying to say QB few skate? I was probably mumbling. I mumble sometimes, Keldon. Gavin says it does feel like the same problem now as back in 2020. Yeah. So these are my issues. These are long-standing problems that have been the same problems we've been dealing with for years. And it would be one thing if they are new. If you're trying different things and they're failing, that's one thing. But when you're trying the same thing and it fails, and then you try that same thing and it fails, and you try the same thing and it fails, and year after year after year after year, that's what you're doing. Well, then it gets frustrating. And he goes, okay, you're not really interested in correcting it. You just want to fix it the way you want it to be fixed. And that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to get fixed. Fact, probably not likely to get fixed. 3 minutes in the game. It's all right, Chippy. I want DK just asking questions. I want to keep DK just asking questions. A right quarterback would unlock his skills. I get it, Thomas. I think it's a fair question to ask, and you're not alone to ask it. So I'm completely, you won't be the last one to ask. There'll be plenty asking. I think this is what we do, man. We got to turn over these items and really consider it. Little Dallas Cowboys, that was a great game. I still don't like Dak. I'll trade you that Metcalf for our QB, but how are you? Good to see you. Good luck. Good luck to you too, man. You guys played a hell of a game last week, and no, you're not getting our DK. We're keeping our DK, especially for that Dak contract. I ain't taking that on. I don't want to pay no quarterback $60 million. It's good to see you, Cowboys. Michael Torrey says, why do the Seahawks fans hate Russ? I don't know if there's necessarily a hate there. There's certainly a little bit of probably some bitterness out there from the Hawk fan base, because when Russell Wilson left town, he didn't leave town. Just everything was all in good shape. There's a little bit of burning bridges on his way out of town. A year out, he's submitting lists of 4 teams that he's willing to be traded to. He demanded every contract negotiation to be a top 3 paid quarterback, and then, bitched and moaned when he didn't get enough of a supporting cast around him when he was asking for all that money. Again, just some of the things of the antics there was wearing some people out of town. There's some people that feel like there maybe is you had to usher out the LOB at the end in order so you could accommodate Russ more fully. Again, this is just what exists as a sentiment. I'm not saying these are all what I think or believe necessarily, Michael, but just as what kind of exists out there in the fanboys in a general, with certain people, not everyone. A lot of people still just love him fully and all that too. So there's a wide difference of opinion on that one. Go Breeze. I've hated the ownership group and Jerry for years now, but this is a whole new realm. Eric Hanna, at this point, we might as well try anything, blitz everybody, flip through the playbook on offense these next 2 games. Might as well throw the book at the Niners and the Eagles and see what happens. It's kind of my point on this too, Eric. This isn't a bash the defense of what they don't do good, but hey, you have this thing that you've done well this year. Your defense hasn't done things particularly well across the board this year. Maybe lean towards one of the few things you've done well. That's all I'm saying. And like you said, Eric, what could have hurt? What's there to risk at this point? You missed the playoffs. You're kind of already tracked right now to miss the playoffs. So you're not a contending team right now. You got nothing to lose. If anything, it starts to give you some answers and maybe solutions for next year that you can start to bring into play in the way that you haven't this year. So yeah, you're playing at times a little bit with this in the house money phase of things where it's like, you got nothing. There's no downside to this. If you go blitz heavy and it gets beat up a bunch, it's like, oh, well, you give up 30 plus points to the Niners this next week because you blitzed a lot. Well, guess what? You gave up 30 plus points to the Niners 2 weeks ago, not blitzing. So, what's the difference at that point? At least it's a trying of a new strategy, to your point. Tommy says, basically, Russ went from why not us to why not me. That was not cool. Yeah, exactly. Philip Castle, could Seattle possibly trade Noah Fant to Miami for their first? No, Philip. Noah Fant is a free agent after the year. And DVN, I think that Lockett's going to have his contract renegotiated before that cap hit comes into play. Ghosty boy, I know there's a big push to get a quarterback, but I tell until we put everything together and fix our problems on offense, a rookie quarterback isn't the solution unless we're getting Caleb Williams or Drake May. I feel that too, Ghosty. Yeah. Caleb's my guy, and I think really where the team's likely to go here, Ghosty, is beyond a first rounder. We're probably likely to go try to take a guy in the 2nd or 3rd round. And it won't be necessarily the guy everyone's super fascinated with, but it'll be a talented guy that maybe be able to do a little bit of something. I think that's where the team goes with this. We'll see, though. Nathaniel, would you be calling for Pete's job if he goes 0-4 through this hard stretch? I will be calling for it because I'm going to say we can't beat elite teams anymore. We haven't beaten the Niners and cut off your deal there. In a while. I can't see where it picked up there. I'm going to the end of the year to where I get, though you'll know it. I'll have a stream where I'll straight out call on a stream for it's time. You know, that's literally will be the title on my thumbnail. Is it'll be a picture of Coach Carroll and it'll be the words "It's time." So we will do a stream and I'll get there at the end of the year. And if that's there, I'm going to let the whole year play out. I'm going to let this 2-year reset process happen from 2021 when you brought in Hurt. We're going to see what it looks like after 2 years. But if it's trending in the direction it's headed right now, Nathaniel, beyond that 0-4 run that you talk about, if it's just trending in the direction it's heading, then I'm going to reach a conclusive state where I say to you guys, the fans, that Coach Carroll is no longer modernizing or updating his approach. He's holding on to stagnant items, stagnant ways that are not going to allow us to be a contender in the future. And so therefore are not going to allow me to have faith moving in the future with Coach Carroll here as a coach. And that'll be the bottom line of where I lie. I'll give him through that full this 2-year period to kind of figure it out. But I will be landing there if this keeps to holding true. Brian says, what good does it do to trade your best player for a collection of crapshoots in the draft? Go with the devil you know. When it comes to quarterback, that's, I guess, the bit of the question there. Some of this is the base. It's on the evaluation of Caleb Williams more than is all the other quarterbacks in this draft. I do hold Caleb to a higher realm than the other quarterbacks in this draft. I do hold Caleb, and this is just my personal belief. You don't have to think this way about Caleb, but my belief on Caleb is that I don't think he's generational, but I think he's very close to that at the quarterback position. To get my hands on that are going to supersede a lot of different rules and manners by which I would normally have in my approach to drafting a quarterback. Including giving up a guy like, where you would DK. But I don't want to move DK, for the record. It's not something I want to do, but it's a different story for me when we're talking about the potential of having Caleb come in the door. Kieran, so assuming a quarterback isn't in the draft picture, I think it's unlikely we draft anyone personally, but what free agent quarterback would you like to see in Seahawks blue? Jeez. Are there any good quarterbacks on the free agent market? Let's see. Kirk Cousins is going to be 36 years old, coming off a Achilles tear, and he wants to be paid all the money. That's a no. Ryan Tannehill doesn't provide me a lot. Also going to be 36 years old. I think Geno's better than Tannehill, so that's a no. Then behind that, you got Kobe Brissett, Tyrod Taylor, Marcus Mariota, Sam Darnold, Jameis Winston, Drew Lock, Baker Mayfield, Gardner Minshew, Teddy Bridgewater. No, there's really not any free agent quarterbacks out there that I think are going to make any kind of sense for me. Tommy says, I don't think there is an available quarterback better than Geno in the NFL, to be honest, unless you're getting a project like Minshew. If they aren't a Burrow Herbert, they're all about the same. Yeah. Wizard, we need a more mobile quarterback if we want to beat the Niners. Might be the way we need to go. Yeah. Jaden Daniels, Bo Nix, maybe. Greg says, Brandon, I get thinking Caleb is worth losing DK to some people, but I don't think that they truly understand how good DK has been for the Hawks without team being built around him. Yes, and I don't arrive there lightly. I mean, I hope if you know Greg with this channel, DK is my favorite player on the Hawks. So I don't want to move DK. I think like you do, I don't think we've utilized him to his maximum capacity here. I don't think that I want to move him. If I have a chance to go get a what I would, and again, you may have this outlook differently because I want to make sure I set this up right because everyone's got their lookout on Caleb Williams. There's some people that are just like, oh, he's trash now. See, he's not any good. See, look at what he's done. There's others that are like super overhyped on it. Let's land in the place I am. I think he's near a generational quarterback. To bring a near generational quarterback here onto this team right now is a price that I'm going to be willing to pay a pretty heavy price to bring that in. Those guys don't come rolling off the back of the trolley truck every year or even every couple years sometimes. And to have that opportunity, I'm gonna jump at that. Could be wrong on that, could be out on that. I love DK. I don't want to move him necessarily, but if that's what it would take to get that kind of talent in here, that may be a way that I'm willing to quite go to get that done. So it's a lot of it is driven with me, Greg, in the outlook of my look on Caleb Williams and my outlook on him as a player and a QB. But I do think you're right. DK's not been used to his utmost here. And we've had a hard time of featuring him in the way that a lot of other teams are able to easily feature their number one wide receivers. Little Dallas Cowboys says, I don't know if you're doing accents anymore, Brandon, but how about Christopher Walken convincing a girl to go home with him instead of Adam Sandler? Yeah, I don't do too many of the accents as much anymore. We're just doing straight football stuff. I do a little Christopher Walken every once in a while, man. But yeah, my voice is a little tapped today. You caught me kind of at the end. It's a little bit harder to do at the end of the streams. Got to catch me at the early part when the voice is a little fresher. DVN says, Hawks Nest, it's 26 each of Lockett's final 2 seasons starting next year. How would they negotiate it? Void years? Hold on. Let's look at this. Okay. So we've got Lockett at $11 million cap hit this year. Tyler Lockett at a $26 million cap hit next year with a big-time dead money hit. So next year, I would say you're probably not negotiating it. 2025 would then be the year that you're probably just releasing out. So in looking at this, I'd say you're probably just going to roll with them with one more year. And then after that, it comes down to trying to maybe renegotiate the final year for a couple-year deal if he wants to go on for a couple years or if he's done at that point. I've kind of wondered if Lockett's going to be at a stage at that point where he gets to feeling like he's kind of wrapped up. But yeah, Lockett doesn't really have a lot of flexibility into this offseason for being the point man that you can create some money with. But I'd also say that he doesn't necessarily have to be either. I would also say that he doesn't have to be either. Sorry, let me look at your deal. Because DVN, you're going to save your money by Jamal Adams. You're going to save your money with Quandre Diggs. You're going to go save your money with the Brian Monet deal. I mean, that collectively saves you 6. Let me see where the F is Diggs at here. All right, so that's $11 million there with Diggs. So that's $17 million. You post June 1st, Jamal Adams. So his $20 million cap hit, you cut to 210 million points each. So that's like $35 million or something there, DVN. So you don't really, I don't know. You'd save enough money there at that point that it doesn't really become down to Tyler. I mean, even if you need to move more money or you really want to go harder, you've got the Draymond Jones deal. You've got the Geno deal that you could renegotiate maybe. So there's some other places I think you go to before you get to Tyler, considering there's only 2 years left on his deal. And they converted that base to bonuses, which is kind of what set them kind of married, to the deal. Little Dallas Cowboys, thank you. I don't have anything for you on whether the girl should go with me. Adam Sandler, why is that the question even? Why? She comes with me. Adam Sandler's a child. He's a little kid. Billy Madison, he's going to fart and make noises. I'm going to make love all night long. Benjamin, the O-line awful. Geno deserves better and needs more than 35 points to win. Amen, Benjamin. Preach, brother. Preach. New Blacks, I thought we should have gotten Minshew 2 years ago, and I still stick with that. Nothing wrong with that, man. I like me some Minshew. Donald Carpenter, our linebackers just look bad in Pete's system. Sure, Wagner should retire, but we are you quick to disparage the other linebackers? Are you saying, why are you quick to disparage the linebackers? So we got there's obviously a difference, Donald, between the outside linebackers to two middle linebackers. In Bobby's case, I think he's playing an overall good season. And if you were to put Bobby into the right positions to succeed, I don't even know if that necessarily means he has to retire. Because I don't think he costs as much. Jordan Brooks is a little bit of a different case. Jordan's a pretty good run defender, and he's shown this year he can be a very good blitzer, but he does struggle tremendously in coverage. Still does struggle tremendously in coverage. Jordan's also going to cost about $17-18 million a year in free agency this offseason, probably. Somewhere in that neighborhood, which is a little bit too expensive for us, I would say. But I like Mafe. I like Uchenna. I'm not sure what to think on Derek Hall yet. Look, Dallas Cowboy, Sandler's not even competition for me. Why don't you say Brando or Tom Cruise? That's my competition. I take them all down. The Walking does. One at a time. Boom, boom, boom. Kieran, isn't Bobby leading the team in tackles again? He is. Bobby's having a good year. Some of the zone coverages don't always put him in the best conditions and places to get in. Sometimes you're putting receivers on him, which is just not fair at all. I mean, it doesn't matter if it's Bobby, any middle linebacker. It's bad coverage setups at times. O'Dwyer, what 3 moves would you prioritize this offseason if you were the owner? Ooh, what 3 moves do you think the Seahawks will actually make in an attempt to right the ship? The first move that I would make would be to move on from Coach Carroll. If this holds the form, of course. I'm taking into account that the next 5 games or whatever are going to play out the way that this season's played out, the way the last couple of years have played out. If that's the case, then I would move on. That's item number 1 for me, O'Dwyer. Item number 2 would be to try to make a very strong run at Jim Harbaugh with the Michigan Wolverines and try to see if I could bring him in here as the head coaching replacement. Item number 3 would be committing to the process that Harbaugh would like to take to getting to a winning state. And what I mean by that is that if Harbaugh comes in and he says, okay, take it down to the studs, we're clearing away dead money, we're going to get this back to a place of no bad stuff on the books, we're rolling right, we're rolling true to the place that we need to be getting towards. So let's go that. Or Harbaugh walks in the front door and he says, hey, you got a hell of a lot of talent on this team. It's ready to compete right now. Let's go. And if he says that, then he says, okay, we need to make these aggressive moves to go for this right now. So whichever lane he would want to go through in coming in would be the third approach that I'd be looking to take. But those would be my main 3 steps. What actually 3 steps do I expect the team to make? I will combo up and say that the Diggs and the Quandre, the Diggs and the Jamal Adams probably contract are both, that's a 1 move. I'm going to combo up. They get moved out. So you clear your money off the books with that. Prioritizing, what other moves would they make? I think signing Leonard Williams will be priority number 1 of all the internal in-house free agents. What would be the third thing that I think they're going to do? I don't know if I've got a great feel on what a third item would be at this point yet. Firing Waldron, O'Dwyer. They'll probably fire Waldron. New Black says people have a perfect example of what drafting a franchise quarterback can do literally this year in the Texans. They won 3 games last year and have more wins than us now, laughing out loud. There you go, New Blacks. You can get the right quarterback, and I think Caleb would be that right kind of quarterback. And for the record, I thought CJ Stroud was the best of the bunch last year. You know, he was my number one QB. And so, you know, when I go to, I in my scouting and evaluation, I've got some positions I don't do as well. Other positions I've been much stronger in my track record. When it comes to quarterback, I have a pretty good track record on guys that I, you know, where I get my feel for them on. I was saying CJ Stroud had a lot of resemblance to Joe Montana last year coming out, and people laughed their ass off at me. I got laughed out of the room in my chat on that one. But it's looking pretty apropos. I've got similar kind of vibes of specialness coming off Williams when I watch him play. And the effect that can have on a team, bringing a guy like in there, can't be understated. And yeah, I would trust in it. Kieran says, I give Harbaugh like 3 to 5% chance or less to be coaching the Hawks next year. That may seem overestimated. No, it's a small, you're right. It's an insignificant chance. Absolutely not saying it's in play. Just somebody was just asking what I would do. So it's if I was owner, you know. I think you were asking on it, weren't you asking? No, Dwyer was just asking that. So I was just saying what I would do. Just be my approach. Bean counter, you have to take a risk. Guess we shouldn't have drafted Russ. We have a quarterback from the Packers. We had a quarterback from the Packers. You got to take the risk, man. I agree. If you like your guy, if Shiner finds the right one that he really likes, you got to go with it. Vivian, I would love to get Neal back. He's a free agent after the season. Clear Diggs. Give me a Neal. Well, he'd play strong safety, Devian, not free safety. He'd have to take over Jamal. You wouldn't want Neal at free. SW Lions, I'd be surprised if Jim Harbaugh comes back to Michigan, no matter how they do in the CFB. He wants that Super Bowl after losing to his brother John. Agreed. And two, you got to figure out, I've been thinking a little bit with this 2SW that even not this year, but maybe soon, he's got to be getting a little bit probably wore out with some of the stuff going on at the NCAA level. He got suspended at the start of the year and then another suspension later on. Maybe a little bit wore out with that process a bit too. The Blacks would have taken Levis over Young last year. I would have definitely been tempted to. I don't think I finally got to that place at the end, but I just kept thinking I must be missing something on Bryce Young. What everyone else was saying that I wasn't. Kieran, am I just tipsy, or did I recall the NFL saying if the NCAA suspended Harbaugh, the NFL would uphold the suspension if he moved back to the pros? Did I make that up in my head? I don't think that's a thing. I don't. Nick Guzman, I'm sorry to bust buddies, but we aren't getting a franchise quarterback in the middle of the pack. Stroud was top 3 pick. We were talking about Nick, about the trading up in the draft. Not that that's where we would be selecting him at the native pick. Philip Castle, would it be possible to fix the rest of the offensive line? Research to find a Brock Purdy in this draft. Yes, you can fix the offensive line, Philip. It does take investment, which is something that's been a hesitancy of this team at times when it comes to the offensive line. So it just as much takes a willingness to attack it as it is to take some brilliant approach to get it to a good state. When it comes to Brock Purdy and working in the Niners draft, there's a lot that helps Brock Purdy succeed. You do not have the same markers in place to allow a Brock Purdy clone to succeed in the same environment. You don't have an offensive mind like Shanahan. You're not running a modernized offensive approach like Shanahan. You don't have the skill makers that all work together in their skill set to make the offense work all together. All of that works along with Purdy playing really well within himself and the decision-making and the mobility, his processing. It all works together as one. And you don't have those elements. It's not just drafting the quarterback. You need those other elements for that type of QB to operate that type of offense. So I don't think that we can replicate that. No, we don't run a modern enough approach on the offensive side of the ball, or even a cutting edge kind of approach like the Niners do. Adrian X, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, I love it. Jim Harbaugh would slap the Niners. Hashtag payback. Let's go. A little revenge, right? A little built-in reason for him to take the job, maybe, That's all I'm saying, Adrian. Next. That's all I'm saying. Alan says it would be so doper to have Harbaugh, a Niners nightmare. I know he would have the Hawks competing again 100%. I do too, man. Some people bristle at it, but I don't. I'd be with bringing him in. Devian says, but look, San Francisco took trash Jimmy G to a Super Bowl, so Purdy isn't that big of a surprise. No, but again, too, with Purdy, he's running a dominant offense right now, which I don't think Jimmy G ever had a dominant offense that Niner team was working with him at the head. They would be a good offense at times. They'd be a productive offense at times. But with Purdy, they can be a dominant offense. And that's really the difference, I think, between those two cats. Especially with Purdy's ability to scramble and get out of pressure, which Jimmy just couldn't do. Greg says, Brandon, to follow up, I wonder if Caleb will ever be truly comfortable in the pocket to be able to pick defenses apart, but he's a fun watch for sure. And a DK-Caleb game could complement each other nicely, though. Oh, they would be a great fit between each other. No doubt about that, I think, Caleb. You're right. The question right now as it stands with Caleb on his game that he needs to improve and show that he can do it is playing on time and on script, on schedule. And that's the part that I can't push back against that. That's a valid concern to have with him. I think some of the playing on time has to do with, if I play on time, then I need my guy to get open. I need to come off that 5-step drop, look over, find my guy off the slant, and he's wide open. I can let it rip. And if I'm more often now dropping back, looking over, and he's not doing that, or I'm dropping back and I'm under pressure, that's the problem a little bit with the USC offense. And the failing things around him makes it harder to get the evaluation of him on point a bit. Because it does impact the play of the quarterback when he doesn't have the skill position players, when he doesn't have the offensive line, and he's under so much duress, along with the defense being so bad, and that putting the expectation on the USC offense that they have to score every time. But playing on script, playing on time is the part you wonder about. Now here's the turn of the key for this, Greg. Because part of me saying this with this is if Coach Carroll were to remain here, I would say, just trying to go a little deeper on this one a little bit with it, saying, well, okay, Coach Carroll's here. Coach Carroll's offenses are not one that seems to be predicated on working on time. Gino's been able to pull it off at times here, but a lot of it's been him them having him hold the ball in the pocket, long developing routes. It kind of also then fits by taking a guy like Williams Gregg to finding the Russell Wilson model player that maybe Coach Carroll likes as his kind of quarterback now. That I don't want my offenses to have to play on time. I want chaos. And I'm fine with that kind of offense more than the on script, surgical, precision-based time. I wonder about that, I don't know for sure, but I wonder. Key Bomber in the house. What's up, man? What's up, man? Hey, Brandon, I know you hate tanking and you don't think it should take a losing season with this good of a roster to move off of Carroll, but I'll do whatever it takes to get Carroll out of here. If it takes losing out, we have to do it. It would be the one upshot to it if we lost out, So I just, Carroll's not going to tank King Bomber. You know what I mean? Especially if he's trying to save his job. But, if that's what it takes to this point, then that's what it takes at this point. It's more than us winning this season. I'd love to get us to a Super Bowl. I don't think we're anywhere in any dimension multiverse that exists. We're a Super Bowl contending team. So, therefore, at that point, it really comes down to wanting to see a little bit of change at this point. If that's what it takes to enact change, then that's what it takes. Tommy says, feels like the plan was always to pick up a quarterback in 2024. All the contracts were set up to do that, just that, even Geno's. Maybe so. Benjamin, Geno's better than Daniels, Jones, Zach Wilson, and Trevor Lawrence. Mac Jones, Kyler Murray, list goes on. Geno's been a great bargain. I agree. Geno's been a great bargain, Benjamin. I think he's better than all those guys. I don't know on Jaden Daniels. I don't know on Trevor Lawrence. But I'll give you the rest. I'll give you the rest on him. King, I truly hope we can lose out these last 5 games, get to the offseason with a top 10 pick, and finish this rebuild. Very well looks like it could be the way it goes, man, King. I mean, at the most, I see 3 wins on this schedule going forward, the most. And certainly could only be 1 or 2. Anubla asks, if we don't pick a quarterback this year, the 3rd year in a row, after all the draft capital from the Russ trade, I don't see it as anything less than a huge L from Pete and John in addressing the long-term quarterback. Feel you. Being counter, I think Trevor Lawrence is on the rise too. No problem, Nick. King Bomber cuts some cash in Diggs, Jamal, Draymond, all these overpaid defensive players, and compete next year with hopefully a competent head coach. I like it. I think those are the three guys that are going to should be most worried as we go into the offseason. Yeah, I think Lawrence is going to be good too. Isaac Hyde, Hawks Nest, do you think Pete Carroll retires or gets fired? I think I don't mean to choose option C on this, Isaac, but I think that he just plays out the rest of his contract for the next 2 years. And that the team is probably sold shortly after that, right around that time. But I don't think he's going anywhere for the next 2 years. I'd love to say that he could kind of read the room and but it just seems like when it comes to the NFL with these kind of coaches that want to coach forever, win forever, coach forever, that they just don't want to leave the field. And they would rather leave the field by people being like, having to scream at them that they don't have it anymore, rather than have left a little bit of 5% extra that they could have taken advantage of out in the field as a coach, Seems that just kind of feels the way it is to me at this point. I think it's very likely Carroll's here for the next couple of years. Herbicide says, love to see P Man up and retired. I'd like to see it too. I don't want this to be down to the bitter end. I really don't. And I don't know how he looks at this and says, this is trending in the upward direction. That's trending in my coaching abilities in the upward direction. I'm at the forefront of this. How do you look yourself in the mirror as Coach Carroll and say that right now? That's a tough sell. New Blacks, I'd be down with Harbaugh to replace Pete. He's my number one guy right now. Greg Kemp, how many teams need a quarterback? They're in the top 10. It's a tough list. It's a tough list. You got the Cardinals, depending on what they think about Kyler Murray. You got the Bears, depending on what they think about Justin Fields. You're going to end up with the Saints and Buccaneers probably in there, both needing a QB. You got the Commanders in there. They're going to need a QB. You're going to have the Giants near in there. They're going to need a QB. You're going to have the Raiders in there. They're going to need a QB. You'll have the Titans are going to be in there. They'll probably pass. You're going to have the Patriots in there. They're going to need a quarterback. And then you might have the Jets in there, and who knows what they're going to do. They might draft one just to have one for Aaron Rodgers. So if you got 10 teams in the top 10, if 10 teams are in that top 10 of the draft, 8 of them might be looking for a QB. Some of this might get bedded out a little bit in free agency and offseason before we get to the draft. But the bottom line is there'll be a lot of teams kind of looking for QBs this offseason. The Black people overrate Purdy. CMC is the real legend. I do believe CMC is the real legend. That's when that offense really fully took off, as the addition of CMC. But I think it all just works together wonderfully, and it gets hard to necessarily look at one part and say, this is the part that makes it go. It's kind of it's like the Legion of Boom defense a little bit, but offensively speaking, just a little bit, not the full dominance of the equivalency. But it's just like, people would say, well, Cam makes Earl go because Cam can be the physical guy that then doesn't make Earl have to be that physical guy, the small guy. He can just run him around back end. And Earl makes Richard go because Earl covers all this territory in the back end so that Richard doesn't have to worry about as much area as he has to keep covered up, and then it's the defensive line makes the Legion of Boom go because it gets pressure. It's like Niners offense is kind of the same way. It all interconnects and makes itself kind of go interconnectedly, I think. Where we at? SW Lion. It's not so much of how old the coach is. It's whether or not he has an open mind and is open to change if something isn't working. I think it's an issue that you have with Pete Carroll. It's exactly right. I don't have any problem with older coaches. I don't think that I worry a little bit about guys getting in their 70s head coaching in a young man's game, understanding again that it's not an ageist thing to say a guy at 70 years old is not likely to be as on it as he was at 50, And you're not on it. You're not as on it at 50 as you were at 30. You might have more wisdom, but the wheels don't turn as fast, right? And that's not a problem in itself. It's not a death knell in itself. But like you say, SW Lions, it's when the thinking gets aged. That's when it gets to be the problem, not the actual physical embodiment itself. Yeah, great point. Remember the time I was hoping that Pete would take the Pat Riley coach approach, retired as a head coach, but work behind the scenes. Pete's style is just outdated, and the league's figured him out. Yeah, I'd kind of hoped he would take that trek as well. Remember the time. There's certainly been a lot of signs that that's what he should have done. His mentor is Bill Walsh, a guy on top of Bud Grant. Those are probably his two mentors. And then Bill Walsh is a guy that did just that. Once he kind of went off the field, he still was a part of the organization. Didn't just walk away and leave everything out and like, okay, I'm out. F this. No, still stayed a part of the organization, still stayed a part of what was going on. I thought he was going to do that too, but it doesn't look like that's the route he'd like to go. John Stillwell. What's up, John? How you doing, man? It's good to see you in the house, brother. I hope you're doing well tonight. Thank you for the $25 donation. It says, Coach Carroll is going to leave the cupboard filled when he leaves at the end of the year. One of the quickest turnarounds in memory. Great point, John. Fantastic point. And whether Pete leaves this year or next year, John, I think your point would be proven to be pretty true here. There's some guys on this team that maybe are underperforming with big contracts, but you can get out of those big contracts that are the worst of the contracts that you might want to leave. And there's a lot of young, talented players on this football team by whoever were to take over, if someone were to take over. You're absolutely right. I think you can make the argument that Pete leads this year. Whoever gets to come into Seattle gets to come to as well a stock job, as talented a group around him to work with, a young talented crew to work with, as any young coach coming into a new job. And to your point again, on top of that, John, you got to wonder if that wouldn't make it a little bit of a attractive location, an attractive destination for a lot of those coaches, understanding that what we already have in place here with the fan base and the facilities you have to work with and all of that. So, yeah, I think that very well could be the way that this goes, John, if he does move on with that. And there's no doubt about that. It's an unusual thing you're going to provide the next coach if they were to come in here. That kind of base to work off of, because most coaches, they come into a new situation and it's a lot of just paper thin talent across the board, and they just have to kind of get it all done from scratch. Great point, John. It's great to see you in the house too, and thank you for that $25 donation. Greg Kemp says, Brandon agreed. I can see Pete loving Caleb and Caleb throwing deep sideline throws to DK and Tyler in a scramble drill. Again, why I think he would fit for the Hawks, for the wide receiver Hawks already have now. Exactly. If we got to lean into the fact that Coach Carroll's going to be here for the foreseeable future and not going to retire or not going to move on, then lean into what his ideology is and his philosophy is, both on the offense and the defensive side of the ball. On offense, it's going to be embrace the chaos. On defense, it's going to be front four, get the pressure. Front four, get the pressure. Front four, get the pressure. And that's got to be kind of the beginning standard that we go off of here. If there isn't necessarily going to be an adaptation, evolution, and progression, at least from a schematic standpoint. You know what I mean? Gavin says, okay, I'm depressed now. We have a good night. Go Hawks. Have a good night, man. Appreciate you. Oh, Eric says he's too optimistic to retire. It might be. You never know. It's hard. Carroll's a hard guy to read on that a little bit. Word was even in 2017, he was playing with the notion of retiring. I don't know how true that was. Nick Guzman, what do we do with Waldron? I remember before the season started, they said he would be a head coaching candidate. Well, I think he's pretty far from a head coaching candidate at this point, Nick. I think he's kind of fighting to save his job at this point. If we're looking for a guy that might end up being kind of the patsy, that this is Coach Carroll's Watergate. He's next in the office. Get me Alderman. You've got to take this on the ball. This has got to go on you. It can't go on me. I've got to keep my presidency. I've got to keep my head coaching candidacy. It's on you, Waldron. Take the heat. But I'm not sure at this point, Nick. It's hard to say on that one. Green Bean says, I take Sam Howell from Graham Manders any day. I think they're going to hold. They got him on a good, cheap contract here for at least another year. They just hold on to him and then draft a guy and have him as the backup. Let him compete. Dino, another year of Pete will be another year of mediocrity. It might. Kieran tanking for the tank wing of the fanship. Most coaches don't make it through a tank year. Let's say Frank Reich was tanking, trashed after 11 games, and doesn't get to see the fruit of that labor. True. Very true. It usually means scorched earth after that. That's very true. Greg says, dang, Brandon, that makes it harder for the Hawks to trade up. Yeah. I give mine to Greg. I don't even know if trading's up something. I've wondered at times, is that even something John Schneider would really be willing to do? He favors picks so much. He might be willing to move up in a third or a second round. But it seems like the fact that he's avoided moving up in 12 years of drafting in a draft, even in times when he's willing to give up whole first round picks for players, it seems like he's got a real onus he leans into, and I don't like it. It's not worthwhile to package picks to move up in a draft, especially when we're talking about packaging multiple first round picks to move up in a draft. I don't know. It just seems to be where he leans towards. John says players are not going to tank as they would be throwing their own jobs away. Yeah, I agree, John. I don't think we could get the players at any point in time to, this team especially, to lean into a tank. You know, that's a tough sales job anyway. Players know if you're doing it, you know. But you're right. There's guys still trying to hold on to Jamal, Quandre Diggs, Draymond Jones. There's a grip of guys on this team that are not only trying to keep on their contracts into the future, but are trying to earn money for this offseason. You know. Isaac Hyatt, who would you like to replace Quandre Diggs? I would like Julian Love. Thoughts? Yeah. What I would do is you have Julian Love on a final year of his deal here, Isaac. You move him to the free safety position. You move on from Quandre. You move on from Jamal. Jarek Reed comes to back up Julian Love at the free safety spot. You go into the draft, maybe pick up a strong safety in the draft at that point. But that would be the route that I would go. I'd be happy to do that. Dino says the Hawks don't need to tank. Just playing out the rest of the schedule with the current plan will yield a good pick. There we go, man. Agreed. Not a big difference in drafting position at this point where you're going to land, really. Paul, we drafted good players in 23. We did not draft players to help our team win in 23. I don't know about that, Paul. Devin Witherspoon has potentially been the best player for you on defense this year. I don't know how he's not completely helped out your team. Zach Charbonnet has been a very good back for you. You haven't always a lot of holes there for him to run through, but there's been some games that he's been pretty helpful in what he's brought to the table. Anthony Bradford's been your best guard of the year when you've asked him to play. Certainly Derek Hall's not giving you a lot. JSN's been really good. I don't know. Greg says, I'd like to see Diggs, Adams potentially replaced in draft, but I don't know what the free agent safeties might be available, though. They might be able to find a guy like, remember Bradley McDougald a couple of years ago, you found in free agency for pretty cheap. Again, the safety position is one that's devalued, so it's one that we've gotten ourselves used to having to pay so much to these safeties. You don't really have to do that in the modern age to find quality safety play. It tends to be a position that's kind of more devalued, and so you can find a Bradley McDougald type for a couple $1 million on a one-year deal and get by just fine. The draft's also got some safeties in it, Paul, that are pretty interesting too, or Greg, sorry. But I think we could find some replacements if we need to. Evian says Shanahan and McVay were both signed in 2017. Man, our time will be soon, guys. Those guys got to work instantly to get Super Bowl appearances. Just got to be patient. I like it. Gary, I'm so done with the chaos offensive schedule, off schedule offense. Oh my God, whatever happened to eye discipline and reading the defense? Holy crap. I feel you, man. I like the more of the on-time offense too better. SW, Purdy doesn't have the strongest arm, but he's accurate, anticipates well, and is elusive, able to extend the play. Yeah. Also a great processor at the position. He goes through his reads very fast to find the open man. O'Dwyer, thank you for gifting out 5 subs. Very, very kind of you for doing that. So New Blacks, Garth Knight, Michael Carasino, Mark Habercorn, Devo Martzel, you have been gifted a membership by O'Dwyer. O'Dwyer, thank you for doing that. That's very, very kind of you for gifting those memberships over. Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you for that. We will be doing a Thursday stream for members only here this week. Kicking that back into gear, by the way. Nick Guzman, I will say I have joined the side of getting rid of Adams and Diggs. Both are extremely underwhelming, especially when you consider how much they get paid. I'd love to have big James Williams from Miami, 6'5". Haven't had a chance to look at James Williams. I'm aware of Kitchens, the other guy they got rocking out that free safety, but I'll have to look into Williams, Nick. 6'5" safety. That sounds interesting. Song safety. Sounds almost Cam-like proportions. But I'm the same way. I don't have any kind of hatred for Diggs or anything like that, or neither for Adams, but it just comes down to you're going to be asked to be paid at a certain level where you're at the top of the sport for your position. You've got to give me top of the level sport play back or something close to that. And neither of those guys are even in the vicinity of giving you top of the level safety play for what you're paying for them. And in the NFL, you're not paying for past performance, you're paying for future performance. And the future isn't looking great on either of those 2 points. Diggs is only getting older, and Jamal doesn't seem like he's the same player after this injury, and maybe he was a little bit of an overrated player even prior to the injury, as it looks right now. Hoy Young Grenade, I'm probably in the minority here with Shane. I don't think he's a bad as an OC. He did more with less last year. To say he's bad now is, I believe, Pete intervening. I want to give Shane one more year. I get it. I'm not calling for Shane's head. By the way, I'm a lot of this, I'm asked to predict stuff. It's not me saying this is what I want to see often happen. Just what do you think is going to happen? It's just what I think kind of is probably going to happen. I don't think it's necessarily on Shane this year. I don't think he's been allowed to run his offense in full. And I think you're right. I think Pete's intervened quite a lot in on that. And it's made it very tough and it's made it very difficult and hard to evaluate Shane. Like it's hard to evaluate any defensive coordinator. And that's the problem with having a coach with so many fingers in so many pies. John Stillwell says the biggest change over the last few years has been the rule changes, all favoring the offense, and the restrictions leveled on practice, which is a big deal in Pete's coaching philosophy. Can't be understated, but I think it's been something that's definitely taken and there's been for years on this, I think, John, even if you go 10 years, John, I think, there's been stuff in recent years to your point on that, but even as you go to the 10-year spot of this and you look at it, you got the cut block. Remember Cable came in here and he loved the cut blocks and he instituted cut blocks all over the place. His guys were cutting on almost every snap. And then the NFL came back in and basically removed the cut blocks from the sport over time, little by little. You had the physicality of the Legion of Boom on the edges and the support. Then them starting to, how did they use the terminology they used? They said, we're going to make it a point of emphasis, right? The physicality of the cornerbacks on the outside is now going to be a point of emphasis. And so now more calls came on the outside with holding calls and whatnot with your corners. So that, again, further restricted it down to your point on that, John. And these rules have continued on. The hitting and the targeting rules, right, further has removed it down in the way that they can play defense and how they can go out there and run it. And then, like you say, the final leg that kind of cut it out is the practice time. And this is the part that Carroll's had to roll with, that he's been maybe as big a coach as impacted by the new CBAs and the lack of practice time and the restrictions on the practice time. Because this is a team that's literally had draft picks taken away from it because they've practiced too hard. And so he's got to go through these patty cake practices now and no two-a-days and very little padded practices and almost no hitting. And he's got to institute this rough, rugged culture that he wants to institute on both sides of the ball, toughness and all of that. It's hard to create toughness when you can't create the parameters to create toughness. It doesn't just magically happen overnight. You've got to be able to foster the environment for it to happen. But that control's been taken and ripped away from Carroll a little bit for him to run his program in the idealized fashion he'd want to run it. Great point, John. It's a great point. And I think that that's definitely been an impinging factor in him getting this back to working right, DVN says Josh Edwards just dropped a list of OC available to be head coach for Carolina, and Waldron is number 2 in the ranking. Jeez. It would shock me if he was taken as a head coach this offseason. I was seeing Kellen Moore put it as the number 1 guy. I don't know. We'll see what they do. It's also a part there with the Carolina job, DVN, is, does the ownership there affect the candidates that they can go to? Tepper's known for being very involved. Does that, you just fired Frank Reich so quick, does that scare off maybe some of the top candidates? Do they have to go to then secondary candidates? Could be interesting there. Greg, Brandon, do you think the Hawks would like Spencer Rattler? Sure. I do. Like Jaden Daniels, I think him and Jaden Daniels both should get some extra credit for the fact that they've had to operate within offenses where they don't have a lot of talent. They're playing in the SEC. They're getting battered a lot. He's the quarterback of the top guys in the first 3 rounds who's going to be under the most pressure consistently on his dropbacks than anybody else. So you've got to give him that credit for being able to do what he's done and progress as a quarterback like he has on the field, despite not always having the factors set up for him to have that success. He has come forward as a quarterback. He has improved over time. I still hate his body language out on the football field. I still don't really like how he carries himself, and that matters to me when it comes to quarterbacks. But he's got a big-time arm. He can move around. He'll make big-time throws every single game. You got 2 or 3 throws that are just, wow, eye-popping kind of throws. The talent is definitely there. But I would, with Spencer, a lot of the homework I would need to do with him would have to be background homework, interviews. Let me get in this guy's head. Let me talk to people around the program. I need to understand what kind of leader that guy is, because there's stuff that I've heard about with him and just some things that I've read about with him that make me really worried in that respect of things. Orlando Roca, hypothetically, if they were available via trade this offseason, would you be interested in any of these quarterbacks? Zach Wilson, no. Mac Jones, no. Justin Fields, yes, for the right price. Malik Willis, no. In the case, Orlando, of those 3 no's that I just provided, a big part of that is that I had an evaluation on these quarterbacks coming out of the draft to the pros. All 3 of those quarterbacks in Zach Wilson, Mac Jones, and Malik Willis have fit to what my evaluation was of those quarterbacks coming out of college, and I did not like those quarterbacks. So I'm out on them still now. In Fields, it's got to be that we're getting that at a low cost. I'm not giving you a 2nd-round pick. I'm going to be kind of even begrudged to give you a 3rd-rounder for Fields at this point, but he's probably earned that, so I'd give you like a 3rd-rounder, but that's as high as I go. I'm not giving a 2nd up or something, or even, God knows, a 1st for Justin Fields at this point. So I'd consider the 3rd, but that'd be the only guy, and that'd be the only, I wouldn't go further than that. John Stillwell, thank you for another $25 donation, John. I really do appreciate you for that, brother. Very kind of you on the double donation. He says, this has been a tough team to figure out, but one thing that seems clear is the whole is not as good as the sum of the parts. That's exactly right, John. And I think that speaks to the underachieving nature of this team. I mean, you take those separate parts and you kind of put them all out here in alignment, and you go, well, we got that, and we got that, and we got this, and we got this, and we got over this over here, and then we got these back here, and we got this over here. And then you go, man, this should be pretty explosive. It doesn't have to necessarily be that we look at the parts, John, and go, well, that's a Super Bowl contending team. I think that you have the talent there to be a Super Bowl contending team. But to look at those parts at the very least and go, this should be a team that's one of the better teams in the NFC, on paper. On paper with the schedule that we've had to play this year, which up until these last couple games hasn't been tremendously tough. But that is where we come down to how we also drive to where we get to the coaching style. Because if you have a team that is this talented, but is playing down at this level, to me, you can put some of that on the players and on their personal responsibility to have trained themselves and prepared themselves to play at their utmost when the season arrives. Some of that also comes down to, I think, coaches not getting the most out of the players, or the coaching scheme and philosophy not getting the most out of the players. And I do think, John, it has been a thing that we've seen, and even happening in a couple of years. Certainly at the end of Russell Wilson's run there were some teams that you thought, on paper, this team should be better than what it's performing at the end of the day. Being a one-and-done team, or just barely getting the playoffs and then losing in the first round, you came away going, they should have been better than this. So it's a common denominator also now that's been going back a couple of years too, to your point on that, John, as well. Thank you, man. Appreciate the double donation. Very, very kind of you for the $50 drop. Megan in the house. What's up, Megan? So sorry I'm late. Had some bad news, so I'm reeling low. I hope it wasn't too bad of news. Hang in there. John Stillwell is also just joined O'Dwyer and gifting out 10 subscriptions here on the channel. Chad Hard, Tommy Eden, fan since 92, Swedish Shinobi, Karina Cabrera, Radu Turkan, Don Power Ranger, and Tony Wynn. And Carmine Burkhart and Just Tags. You have been gifted a membership by John Stillwell. So thank you, John, for gifting that membership to those folks. Welcome aboard the Hawks Nest, folks. And thank you to you, John, for being so kind as to gift those memberships out, as well with all the donations today on the channel. One of our great big supporters here on the channel is John Stillwell, helping to make the Hawks Nest go over here, and it is very much appreciated. So thank you so much for that, John. You are awesome, brother. Awesome. Let's go. Let's go. Kieran, any strong safety that doesn't come with coverage skills first, hard pass. The best thing about Cam was his coverage skills, because you couldn't throw at him or look for a matchup against him. It's true. And because they kept him down by the box, Kieran, you never could really get him matched up getting 20, 30 yards down the field most of the time. So he knew the space that he had to stay within, and he could stay within that space. Also had really good instincts for the position, really understood zone defense and where his spot drops needed to be. There was one spot drop, for instance, he did in that conference championship game against the Cowboys where he got that interception in 2013, where he's just dropping to the absolute perfect spot there for the throw. I mean, just everything was anticipation of that throw coming in that direction, and perfectly done by him on that spot. But that's what you'd get with Cam. And yeah, you've got to have coverage skills now at the safety position. You can't just be the box guy that's got nothing you're bringing to play as far as that goes, as we've seen with Jamal, is that will get exposed in this modern day. Anthony Benito Johnson, what would it take? What if you take away Pete and give us another head coach? Do our coaches still do well? Well, it's hard to know if the offensive and defensive coordinators will operate under a different coach. But I think that if Jim Harbaugh was coaching this Seattle Seahawks team this year, I don't think that our record would be 6-6. I think Harbaugh would have coached this team to at the very least an 8-6, 8-4 record or whatever at that point, minimum. I think you're a couple games better than you are right now, which I think is what's going to the heart of your question. If I'm not answering that accurate, please do just repost what you might have meant if I misunderstood on that. That's a little bit of like we're talking about that sum of the parts or underachieving team that a different coach would be able to get a little bit more from. John says, I really can't see Pete getting that involved in the offense except for in a big picture way. He might not, John. It's hard to say on this, and some of this is a bit of a guessing game because you gotta be able to peek back behind the curtain. My only suspicions for why I've thought that Pete has been getting more involved in the offense is that the offenses look so closely aligned to what the offense looked like in 2017, 2018. Specifically, a startlingly lack of pre and post snap motion, a heavy reliance on A and B gap runs with very little use of outside zone or any kind of pitch plays, completely ignoring the short and intermediate side of the field. Specifically, John, to concentrate on those throws that are at the sidelines, specifically. These were all really common tenets of the old offense, and they've been common tenets of this offense. And what's strange about that is that's really not what the Sean McVay offense is. So that's where I've been trying to do. That's where I've been definitely doing some math on that and going, okay, well, if it looks like the 2018 offense, but we've got Waldron coming from McVay, but he's got a whole different offense, then maybe it's Pete saying, this is why we want you to kind of run this offense a bit. It would be very coincidental to have it to be where Waldron's just decided to lean into the same kind of offensive approach that they had prior. And remember this, John, you've got the quote from Pete a couple of years ago when Waldron came in, where he was talking about Waldron and he said, yeah, we really like Shane. He's really open to doing the things that we've done prior. And that was a real startling quote for me at the time because it did give you a little bit of an opening into Coach Carroll's brain onto his empowerment on the offense, on how much of an effect that he would have on the offense, But again, it is a guess for sure. I don't know 100% on this one. That's for sure. Donald, play not to lose instead of play to win. Pete is the only head coach from the Bud Grant tree to ever win a Super Bowl. Ooh, good point on that one, Don. Don, dropping some knowledge on that. I didn't know that on the Bud Grant tree. Interesting. Can't play not to lose. I agree with you. You gotta go for it and go take it, Don. And you don't get far. It doesn't matter what sport you play. If you're playing not to lose, you're not going to get too far. Kirk Stemmer, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, did you see Adam's tweet after the last game? Yeah, there was a whole thing, hullabaloo, where a former Jets reporter posted his play of Adams, and he said yikes, and then Adams grabbed the picture and yikes, and Adams has been sort of giving some Antonio Brown vibes this year. You got the whole berating the physician on the sideline coming off after he had the concussion, and then Bobo comes off the sideline. He's getting concussion tested, and Adams is yelling at the guy, yelling, "He's fine, he's fine." And then you got him doing this tweet, kind of a live wire, a little bit with that. And I understand he's put together in his own unique way, but it's not helping when you don't play well on the field and you're doing this off the field as well on top, and it's souring the fan base fast. That's for sure. Rogers Green DeBoer from Washington, new Seahawks coach, 2026. Just might be Rogers. I might be open to that at that point. DBN says, how do you feel about the Philly security versus the San Francisco fiasco? Yeah, the Philly security can't be touching a player. He should not necessarily be keeping his job at that point. It's not his job to be on the field. I don't think Greenlaw should be suspended at that point for coming back at him, in my opinion. The coach shouldn't be doing that with the player. He's not even a coach, just like a security on the sideline. Mickelcam, I think at this point I'd be willing to move on from Diggs and Adams, let Reed or Love play safety, or Bryant and Love, draft James Williams out of Miami. Love it. Let's go. I'm with it. And John, thank you so much, man. You're very awesome for all those gifted subs there on that. Folks, I will be dropping, keep an eye on your community post. If John just got you a gifted membership as he just did, or Dwyer, I do post the PFF scores on Monday morning. We'd also be doing a Thursday stream only for members of the channel as well at that time. So do keep an eye on your community post, because that's where I post those membership benefits. Don Carpenter, Kellen Moore be a head coach for Seattle. He might, Donald. He's being rumored to go to Carolina right now. There's some Carolina rumors. DV and I said a lot of pushback towards Pete Carroll on KJ all day podcast lives, but KJ believes Pete is doing and has been doing everything right. That it's the players not clicking. I don't know. I think KJ Wright's got a hell of a channel and does a really good job. I think KJ Wright has allegiances that are tested in these moments in a way that aren't tested for a guy like me in my position. And it makes you have to kind of parse your words and be very careful about what you say. And if I think that DVN would put KJ Wright under a lie detector test, I think some of the answers that he would provide on a lie detector test might go a little bit in difference than what he's saying publicly on the channel in full. Things that maybe he hint about on the channel, he would be more likely, I think, to embrace behind closed doors in a full manner. Maybe I'm just making a guess on that, but I think that he would say we're a lot more on the mark here than we're off, but there's some things that necessarily prevent him from just going hog wild on it. Much in the way it's like Seattle media has this presented to them, right, DVN? Or be it 710 or be it the local Seattle media. Nobody wants to go hard in that direction. And there's something to be said in that. There is this partly that us in the Pacific Northwest are just such nice guys. We're all very passive, and we just kind of want to keep the waters, steady and don't want to upset anything. Yeah, there's a little bit of that. But when it comes to being so many that don't push things in that realm, it also comes down to there just being a bit of you understand what happens if you do go down that path. And so you don't. Right. Reyes Gaming, thank you, man. Megan says, need surgery for deep leg thrombosis. I'm sorry, Megan. That's tough. Hang in there. Rogers Green, Hawks have broken the scheme offensively and defensively equals Pete Carroll's Bud Grant philosophies. Makes sense. Carpenter KJ unfortunately lost his lips glued to Pete's behind. I've lost mass respect for KJ. I'm really disappointed. I get where he's coming from. It's a tough place he's in right now. It's a tough place he's in a little bit and trying to, again, you got to be careful with your words. I got to do this on my thing whenever I get negative on the stream. You get a lot of blowback anyway with this type of stuff. I don't have anything that comes from within Renton coming to back me with things I might say. So I think he's trying to, and he is where he can, finding places to kind of bring stuff up. But I think he's just got to be a little careful with it. I get where KJ's at. It's not an easy situation on that. And it's not even as much, I think, KJ being a yes man. It's just, there's the history there. You know, that's his head coach. That's the guy he went and won the World Series Super Bowl with. That's the man he coached underneath for 10 years. You know, it's like going to battle with a general for 10 years in war and then coming back and like talking bad about that general. It's just got to be tough to do. It's got to be very hard to do, I think. I get where you're coming from, Donald, wanting to see KJ, to be honest. I get it. I think it's just an easier said than done thing a little bit, you know. I think he does believe in Pete, though. I think there are some things, though, that he would bring up if he was just able to just let it rip that give us a little bit more closer line to what we're talking about here. Kieran says KJ critiques the team. He doesn't go hard at individuals because he knows these people personally. We don't. That's right. That's right. That does make it harder. It wouldn't, if I was having to look at the guys go in the locker room to Renton every couple of weeks and they're like, oh, heard what you had on the podcast here today. That's pretty cute. Yeah, you think you're a pretty funny guy, huh? What do you mean? What did I say? Dino, losing twice to the Rams is inexcusable. McVay outcoaches Pete almost every time. Now McVay has Pete's number. You can't teach an old dog new tricks. Amen. Preach, Dino. Well said. I can't offer a whole heck of a lot on top of that other than that. Yeah. Rams are $50 million dead money hit this year. They offloaded their whole team aside from Stafford, Cooper Kupp, and Donald. And they beat you twice. Greg Kemp says Cameron Kitchens, Tyler Nubin would be a good replacements for Diggs and Adams. Ooh, get me excited, Greg. I like Tyler Nubin. He is fun to watch on tape. And Cameron Kitchens has got ball skills for days. Kitchens is a little wild. Kitchens got a lot of inconsistency in his game, but both are really two of the more exciting safeties in this draft. Fleece the Mac. The problem is we have a weak owner. I think Jody Allen's selling the team. Very well could be the problem we're facing here, Fleece the Mac. And made even much the tougher in that Jody seems to appear to be sort of dragging the feet on the selling part. Like she needs to sell, but not really trying to sell. You know, like the Blazers are sort of for sale, but they're not. And we haven't even reached the point of being quasi for sale yet. Nick says that KJ holds them more accountable than Sherm does. I agree. I think Sherm's a lot more not in that mode. KJ is. And KJ will tell you things, but he just doesn't lean on, like he'll give you tidbits, but he just it sort of comes out really quickly. He'll say it kind of casually, side of the mouth, and you have to kind of listen to catch what he's saying. And like, wait, no, you just buried the lead there, KJ. You know, or he'll get back to the positive side of it. But he does get it out. If you're listening close, he will let you in on what's kind of happening there a bit. SW, the Rams are actually playing pretty well, especially with Kyron Williams. Gives them a multi-dimensional back attack. They are playing well. It's a testament to McVay, I think, as much to their talent level, though, I think. Please, Mac, how the hell are we going to beat the Niners? I see us winning the next 4 other games. Oh, you guys get the Eagles win, huh, Fleece? Yeah, the Niners look like a juggernaut. I don't know what we're going to do with them. It is what it is on that one. Tommy says, will it feel as bad losing to the Rams twice if they make it to the NFC Championship? Maybe they're just way better than anyone thought. That'd make it easier, Tommy. They might be. As I say, I don't think that they're that talented. That would definitely be a testament to the coaching to me. But it's possible. They get in the playoffs, which is what it looks like they're headed, and then anything can happen. Donald Carpenter says, KJ witnessed Sherman get cut because he spoke the truth. Yeah. A bit. I don't know if Sherman got cut because he spoke the truth. I think Sherman got cut because there were cliques developing in the locker room, which would go beyond more than a soundbite and are more about we're not all pulling together with our oars, you know, in the same direction. Green Bean 44, Hawks could barely beat Baker Mayfield in the Rams practice squad. It's true. We were also in a rebuild year last year, though, too. A little more understandable last year with the six rookies across the board, and, you know, harder for me to get to that stance, you know, this year on it and have it with the same kind of outlook this season. All right, well, let's get the last couple questions on in here as we maybe put a little bit of a wrap up on this. I want to thank again, too, just John Stillwell. Thank you for the big $50 donations, all the gifted subs. Kirk Stemmer, Adrian X for the multiple donations, Randall McDaniel, multiple donations, Michael Slicker and Power Code. Thank you guys all for all you guys do on helping this channel out as we go. Appreciate all the new subscribers as well, as we are now inside of 500 on our way to 15,000. We're right knocking on the door, I say. Excavators, as Pete needs to clean up his gum and team. SW, this year may be the best coaching job McVay has done, given expectations for the Rams. Agreed. He's doing some great work out there to bring that team to where they're at. You got to give him credit for it. Nick says KJ ignores how poor Bobby currently is in coverage. I will say that. I get it. That's his boy. That's what I'm saying too, Nick. There's things I'll get mad about. I get mad at the media. I'll get mad at them for not asking tough questions, or 710 for constantly just, massaging Carroll's nutsack. But I'm not going to with a guy like KJ. There's a thing with this where it's like, I'll be realistic with it. And I think once you get to a new coaching staff and KJ starts to have a more of an opportunity to it being different on that, you'll see him be able to really hone in on this aspect of things. But, played with Bobby for 10 years. And they want to, it's like, you go to war with a guy, it's like, that's your brother in arms. It's a bit of the nature of the beast, I think. Green Bay non-chance Rams. I think KJ does a good job, though. I think he's got a great show for both now and the future with what he's doing. Yeah, Green Bay, and I think the Rams are better coached than the Seahawks. I don't think that they have more talent. I think the difference between them right now comes down to coaching, scheme, philosophy. But from a talent standpoint, we've got them outpaced right now by a considerable margin. Don Hawkstest, hello, Brandon all. Happy Santa's List Day. Hope everyone weekend was well. Hope you were doing well too, Don. John Stillwell got you with the membership, so you're got you membered up to the channel. Elon Musk would clean house? Yes, he would. Terminal Avenue, would you like KJ as a defensive coordinator? I don't know how he is as a coach, Terminal. He's indicated that he's interested in doing that. He seems like a guy that would have the right mentality and attitude to do it. The Seahawks seem to be very interested in potentially bringing him in to do that. He has said that eventually he thinks that that's what he will do. But I've never seen him do it. I don't know if he's good at it. That's a little bit of the key on that, That's a part of that I'd be guessing blindly if I told you that he'd be good at it or not. Alan says, awesome podcast today. I also agree with the topics that were discussed today 100%. Well, thank you, Alan. I appreciate that, man. Tom Eaton says, you're closer to 15K than Pete is to winning another playoff game. Too soon? No. It's never too soon for a good joke. Just kidding. Great show. Thank you, Tommy. I appreciate you, man. And that's a good one. Thank you for making me laugh, man. It's funny because it's true. Nick, am I the only one that wants Devin Bush in coverage situations? Wouldn't have minded Nick this year, be it either Bobby or Jordan, maybe at times when you get to third down and long situations, of flipping them out for Devin Bush. Because both the guys, I think, are a little bit of coverage liabilities back there. And I don't know if Devin would be, maybe he would, maybe even worse. But I wouldn't mind seeing it. Whereas Bobby's just, especially on those like third down and longs where Bobby's got to cover a lot of space. It's hard. Kieran says, imagine being behind Pete when he's done with that round of gum. Look out. He's hit a few folks randomly, Kieran, over the years, especially when he gets really angry and spits it out and then throws it. There's been a couple of folks that caught some strays. I'm still waiting for the day that we have a Seahawks player go out onto the field and they got a big bubblicious coming off the side of their helmet. I'm waiting for that day. Greg Kemp, Brandon, thoughts on drafting Dylan Lobb as a replacement for DJ Dallas? I don't know Dylan Lobb. I'm sorry, man. I'll write down the name and look him up after the stream. Greg, Ask me on the next one. I'll take a look at them. We're starting to get into now. It's about evaluating season. So I'm going to start getting into these prospects here. But I'll take a look for sure. Chad Hart, thank you for the $10 donation, Chad. That's very kind of you. It's great to see you in the chat tonight as well. Thanks for being a member. Says it's been a rough 2 weeks. I had to spend $900 on vet bills, and I just got home from the hospital with a rapid heartbeat, just relaxing. Other than that, go Hawks. Well, I hope your pets are okay. Those vet bills are insane. You know, they cost a ton, and I had a scare with Pumpkin last year where she was having some like cold sickness issue thing going on, and it freaked me out. So I know that can send you through. Already your team's not doing good with the Hawks this year, and then you got your pets not doing well on top of it. That can be freaky. So I hope the pets are okay, Chad. I do. And it has been a rough couple weeks, Hawk fans. We've taken it right on the nose, this one, and it doesn't have the franchise or fandom feeling in the best of places, but it has been nice that we've all been able to coalesce together here a little bit and talk it through and try to make some sense of it. And even if there isn't sense necessarily to make of it. But I appreciate you for that $10 donation, man. And go Hawks, brother. You know, go Hawks. Hope the kitty-eared dogs are okay over there. And that rapid heart. Gotta stay calm, Chad. Gotta stay calm. Appreciate you, brother. Kieran says KJ is doing great. I can't do anything. Respect his hustle and the way he still treats the fans. Guy's way beyond a good dude, and I respect him talking on his former team. Most don't have the balls. Yeah, agreed, Kieran. I like what he's doing. I like that there's a guy out there doing it like he is. It's for the betterment. It helps us. It's a help. B251, we still depressed, huh? Yeah, it's a minor bout of depression. Okay, it's a minor bout. King Tay, Hawks Twitter have been raving about bringing in Harbaugh and Fields over the offseason. Fields tends to be the one that's kind of the apple of Hawks' eye as far as that guy. Let's get him. That's the one. I get it. I can see where they're coming from with it. There isn't a lot of clear options out there. The cost wouldn't maybe be as great for Fields at that point. I've certainly been maybe one of the people helping to propagate the Harbaugh talk because I've been definitely bumping him up here for a good part of probably a year. I like what Harbaugh's done in Michigan, and he'd be my number one coach that I would look to get, King Tay. I think he checks off a lot of boxes. Nick, I still say we get somebody like Brandon Allen, who specifically can be there for short yardage and goal line situations. It'd be tough, Nick. You'd have a fan base that would freak out if you put a third, second round pick on a running back. You'd probably have to move one of your two backs to go and then draft a guy at that point in the second round. But I like Brandon Allen. He's a big boy. He's hard to bring down. Once we get a new coach as Isaac, once we get a new head coach in the future, maybe he'll be a new gum chewer coach. Maybe so. Tommy says, think we might be able to get one of these Husky guards. They were opening massive holes against Oregon and seem to be decent pass protectors. I look at more of the left tackle going to left guard. He's my third guy behind Bebe and Barton, Tommy. Fontanu? I forget. I can't say his name right. The Islander names, Pacific Islander names always give me a hard time. But I would kick him into left guard. In the second round, he'd be one of, if you're talking about if we're able to trade back in the second round, any one of Cooper Bebe, Graham Barton, or Fontanu at left guard would be tremendous. Tremendous. Nick Guzman, Brandon, do you think Allen goes that high? I have him as a late day 2 pick, early day 3 pick. Let me look at my notes again on this for him. I did do a scout on him. Let me just double check my notes. It's been a while since I looked at him. I remember thinking, man, he's big. So okay, so we got Braylon Allen, Wisconsin running back. So last year, In 2022, he had 230 carries for 1,242 yards, 5.4 yard per carry average. This year, 181 carries, 984 yards, 5.4 yard per carry average. He's got almost 3,500 yards he's run for in college at a 6 yard per carry average. He's got 35 touchdowns, including 23 touchdowns over the last 2 years. He upped his game in the receiving department, catching nearly 30 passes this past year. What he brings to the level of a field on top of this 2 years of production. It's a little bit like Charbonnet, where it's like 2 really legit years of production he's bringing to play. But the other part that comes into this is the size aspect for me. Where was that on that? Nick, the size aspect. He's 6'2", 240. He's 6'2", 235. He's a bit of a cross between a Henry and a Leonard Fournette. You know, he's kind of a cross between those two guys. I think he's going to run a reasonably good 40 time too as well. And so the uniqueness of his size, along with his productivity, I believe will allow him to be one of those second round backs, maybe a late second rounder like a Charbonnet was, but be more of the later second round back. I do think he's a day 2 guy though. If not second round, then he'll be gone by the third round, because you just don't get backs that are this big, this productive, with the juice, with the explosiveness that he brings. And because he is so unique at that point, I think it does drive him to be taken. Could be wrong, you know. Nick says, love this scouting report on Allen Brandon. Thank you, Nick. I'm going deep this year on the draft. Every year, you know, I try to improve a little bit more and get a little bit more deeper on these guys. So I'm 100 deep already. You know, I usually get to about 330, 340 by the end of it, but I'm already way ahead of the process this year. So I'm really hoping I can get even more further into the depths this year with some of these guys than we have in the years past to get a better idea, you know, get a clearer idea what we're looking at going into it. That's for sure. Fleece Mack, a lot of fan base wants to draft Penix. Not really a big fan of him. I like him, Fleece. I just think you got to give him a top-notch offensive line and pass protection to work with. If you provide him that, then he can provide you some real quick productivity from the quarterback position without a lot of weight to maximize him as a player. But if you provide him a failing offensive line, you're going to get him broke, and you're going to get him broke very fast. And we wouldn't be providing him that kind of offensive line if he came here, to your point. So that's really where it hinges for me with Penix above all else. You know, where it stands. Tommy says, Harbaugh ain't going to coach no Buckeye. Come on now, guys. Jim, first trade we got for you. We're going to bring in Fields. No, he's a Buckeye. Get him out of here. Phoebe Moore Seahawks, does Harbaugh have the same mentality as Carroll because just beat them with their best? No. He left the Niners and he's modernized his approach. You know, he reached that same stage that you had a guy like Saban reach in Alabama, where it's, you know, you can sit here and hammer with this old style NFL quote unquote offense under center, and, you know, or you can start to update it with some modern offensive and passing approaches. I think he's updated his offense with time. He's still a guy that's going to try to run the ball, play defense, and not be a high volume passer, but I'm okay with that because as long as it's got modern approaches applied to it. It's like the Niners aren't a high volume passing attack team, but they can still be a tremendous offense, being even a rushing style offense. It's just about having the modernized approach, the utilization of pre and post snap motion, the not ignoring whole swaths of the field because you're scared about the potential downside of what happens by going to those swaths of the field. That's what you need from the coach. So no, I think he's a little bit more willing to be updated. Isaac says, do you think Seahawks keep Noah Fant or we draft a new tight end? I think that we draft a new tight end, Isaac. I think Fant's likely to get probably somewhere between a $10 to $12 million a year deal. We're not going to have the money to spend that. And I don't know that we think that that's really going to be a worthwhile approach with Fant to do that either. He seems to have like about one catch a game is what he seems to be providing. And maybe that's just our commitment to utilizing the tight ends in the way we do, but it doesn't make it worthwhile to spend $10 to $12 million on him. DVN, if you had to pick between Penix and Odunze with the first rounder, who would you take? Odunze. I don't trust putting Penix behind an offensive line that's going to get him bashed. And as much as I like what Cross and Lucas bring to this line right now, the interior of our line doesn't have any upside to provide Penix that. So you cannot put Michael Penix behind a bad offensive line. He's got injury. It happened this year. He came up into the Oregon game. I believe that he had been hit like 3 times or something coming into that game. And then Oregon started to hit him. And the week after, he started getting hit. And he started to get we're hearing that he was fighting through maybe some injuries at that point. It's really going to be a big point of emphasis on him, making sure that he's kept clean. And we wouldn't do that here, especially with our offensive approach and our tendency to ask our quarterbacks to hold on to the ball for long periods of time. With him, it just needs to be get the ball in his hands, get the ball out of his hands. That's what you want with Penix. Dino says the Seahawks are at the Reed stage. They need to do what Philadelphia did. Time to rip off the Band-Aid. It happens, man. It's the way it goes with coaches. They've got a shelf life at every destination, even the great ones. Even a guy in Reed that then had a second life out of Kansas City as far as his coaching life goes. But it does reach that point, much like it is with a player who they say, like they say with a player, Mariners just did this trade with Kelnick. Sometimes you just need a change of location. You need a destination change, something to just kind of shake you into a different direction. Sometimes it's at the end of the road. But sometimes just change is needed. DVN, if you had to pick, Nick Guzman, Raheem Sanders is another big boy like Allen, but injuries hamper him. His tape is nowhere near that of Allen, similar size, but unfortunately that seems to be all. Yeah, I have looked at Mr. Sanders as well. Maybe not having quite as good a year as you were hoping he'd have. He was coming off 1,400 yards, 10 touchdowns in 2022. I get some, and I know it's a weird thing to do. I always hate doing this with going with a comp of a player that had played at the school formerly. He's all legs. Like he's Darren McFadden on tape as Sanders to me, where he is a big boy, Nick, but he's got that sort of Darren McFadden big boy thing to him where it's like it's all long, it's all kind of feels length more than it feels kind of girth. I always worry about those long-legged guys, though. I always feel like they're going to get rolled up with those hip tackles all the time. Devian says that they gave Fant the most snaps last game. I think they may cut the other 2. They may. You may just move off of Disley and then sign Fant at that point. It's possible to go that way. A few more Seahawks. I think we signed Leonard Williams and Wagner. Let Brooks and Dallas walk. Yeah, I think that's the way they go too. And Fant. Yeah, I agree with you. Feed me more Seahawks. Agreed. B251, born and raised, Mobile, Alabama. Been wanting to get some more of Nick Saban's elephants on the roster for a while. Just look at what Jaron Reed does. There you go, man. Jaron Reed's been a good addition for us. He's been a baller this year too, to your point, B. Been very happy with his effort, and he's at times playing with a fire out there that's unique along that defensive line from what you're seeing from the rest of the other guys. And we haven't brought a lot of Alabama players in to Seattle in the years. We had Carpenter for a while. He was okay for a bit, but it's been him and kind of Jaron Reed. It's been about it. We had an Aussie back in the day too, but he didn't play very much. Tommy, so we cut Diggs and Jarek Reed takes his place, or do we post June 1st Adams and maybe put Bryant back there? I think it's more likely, Tommy, that Julian Love takes over at free safety for you. You do cut Diggs. You do make Jamal Adams a post-June 1st designation. And then Reed comes in with competition at free safety. You probably have Reed come in and he's in competition at free safety and strong safety. Obviously, then Bryant becomes your strong safety 1 unless you add somebody else in there. But I would anticipate, Tommy, that they would add somebody else in there at that point. So you wouldn't be just rocking with Kobe Bryant and Julian Love. But those would be the first 2 steps you take at the front of it. Nick says, wow, I didn't even think of McFadden. Man, good eyes on that. It's those long legs, Nick. And I hate doing it because McFadden was an Arkansas kid too, right? So it's like, it is a lazy comp to do it. I hate doing it. It's like saying, Michael Penix looks like, oh my God, who was the guy? I'm trying to think of, I got to get this name right. I'm going to space this name. Mark Brunell. So it'd be like saying Michael Penix is Mark Brunell, right? Because you got a left-handed former Husky quarterback. So it's like the ultimate in sort of lazy comp mode as far as scouting evaluation goes. But if it fits, it fits. And the guy's got them long grasshopper legs that stand out on a running back when they're really tall. I think it fits. Yeah, Mark Brunell. which there's some comp between the two guys. That's the hard part, is because they're both lefties. They both have, now Penix has got way more of the sidearm delivery to him, but they both have kind of that, as a lefty, I can speak to it. You got kind of a natural sidearm kind of tossing thing that you do. They both have kind of a, Brunell was probably a little more mobile. But I fight against that sometimes because that's a trapping that you can fall into. Tommy says, yeah, Diggs' contract says he's gone, and we already have the replacement on the team. Adams is the one we have to figure out. Post June 1st, Tommy. Then you chop the $20 million in half. It's a negative $10 million hit for 2 seasons, and you call it a day. I think it'll be a pretty easy choice for them to go down that round. DVN says, Odunzie has been so great to watch. I'd love to see him in a Hawks jersey. He's my number 2 wide receiver on my board right now behind Marvin Harrison, and I think he's a top 15 pick. He's just made too many really great grabs. He's so hard to deal with. Contested catch throws. He creates separation on his routes. He can get open deep. He can run every route tree in the book. He's got the size and the length you'd love to have at the position. I think Odunzie is going to be a really solid pro. I don't see stardom in his future, but I see a guy that could be a really high floor kind of receiver that you get in the first round. King Tay, Derek Hall's had a rough rookie year. He's not even giving you the flashes of what you got from Boye Mafe last year. I don't know what we got in him at this point. He's got a lot of potential. I still do trust in that potential, but he has not been able to tap into it. There's been supposedly a shoulder issue that's been kind of ongoing with him. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe that's impacted him here throughout this year. Alexander says, man, if we only had spent that Derek Hall pick on Brian Branch. You know me, Alexander. I love me Brian Branch in this draft. So I wouldn't have minded going that route at all. Branch was a hell of a player. Hell of a player. B says, Derek Hall would like a word with y'all about these long comments. I bet he would. I wouldn't say it to him. I love your performance on the field this year, Derek. You're doing great. Devian says, how does dead cap work with retirement before end of contract? If Lockett retires after this offseason, all of the dead money accelerates at that point, DVN. So rather than being chipped up into the final 2 years of his deal, it all comes to due now if he were to retire, which would not be bueno. That would hurt. Kieran says, Hawks Nest, Carpenter's what has scared us off from investing in O-linemen, laughing out loud. It might have. You didn't take another O-lineman in the first round until what was it, Jermaine Ifedi in like 17 or something? And Carpenter was like 11. So you had to wait 6 years to go back to the offensive line in the first round. No, you got Okung. Okung was in the, he was 10 and maybe Carpenter was 11. He was 11, Carpenter was 10. Maybe that's how that went. Something like that. Green Bay says the last 14 games, Rams are 10-4 versus Seattle. 2 of Seattle wins were when Stafford was injured, so the Rams are 10-2 in starters play. And Hawk fans think the Hawks have more talent. Yeah, Green Bay, and this is partially comes down to, and we can get into a wide, expansive argument with it. I don't know if I have totally want to get to the nth degree with this on you. It really comes down to, you have a coach in Sean McVay who understands how to get the most out of his players, who's running a modernized approach on both sides of the football. You have a coach on the other side of the ball who does not run a modernized approach on either side of the football and hasn't for years. So to put this in a real simplistic concept, Green Bean, you have a Seahawks team that's running a late 1980s and a late 1990s offense and defense. You have a Rams team that's running a modern day 2023 offense that's much more aligned to what you would see in the pros, if not on the cutting edge of things. And so what you have is you have a coach who's able to not just maximize his talents, but to get even more out of them than that in the guy in McVay, and a coach on the other side of it, and Carroll, who does not do those things. And those have remained true for many different years. And it's a substantial difference in how both ball clubs utilize those two elements of their teams. So yeah, that's the big difference as we see it. And could be wrong with that. But again, you came into this year, and I don't know why there's been some Ram fans that bristle about this Green Bay 44, and I don't really understand why. I talked to a Rams content creator a couple of weeks ago when we did a Behind Enemy Lines, and he himself admitted to this. Your Rams team was tanking this year. Tanking, rebuilding. That's what they were doing. Didn't mean they didn't have talent still, but that's what they were doing with all of the cutting away of all the money. That's why when you go $50 million of dead money, when you have 20% of your cap that's being eaten up with contracts no longer in the books, that means you're in rebuild mode. We're not in rebuild mode this year. We don't have $50 million of dead money in our books right now, but we lost you guys twice. It comes down to being, we're not maximizing our scheme at all, but it's kind of been a long point of contention for us when coming up against your Rams team. It's also a point of contention with us going up against the 49ers. It's why Green Bean were also 0-4 against the Niners over the last year and a half, and probably will lose again this upcoming week. We've got a scheme that's holding us back, and it's holding us back tremendously. Think about it, Green Bean. You got one coach who's using a playbook from 1988, another coach who's using a playbook from 2023 with both sides of the ball. You can see how that creates a very big difference in the advantages one team's going to have over the other team. The game has evolved so much since those olden times. Be more Seahawks, could you create a blitz board? We can count how many times Pete blitzes. I can, yeah. I could try to keep track of that. Nick, I never liked the Hall pick, and looking back, I really don't. There was a lot of talent sitting there. They fell in love with him. They did. And I didn't hate the Hall pick. I liked him as a player, I do, but certainly it's been a rough rookie year. Robert says, do you ever think we should go back to 4 defensive linemen and 3 linebacker lineup? The only way you would want to do that, Robert, is if they're going to commit to investing in the defensive line in the way that they need to, if they're going to go that route. We're kind of already in a 4-down defensive lineman place as it is right now, Robert. We haven't really gone to a 3-4. It's basically, you're in a 4-man down lineman. You just have, instead of your defensive ends in a 5 tech, you have them both in a wide 9. So you're already still in a 4-down lineman thing for the most part. But what it comes down to, Robert, is if you're not willing to blitz and you want to bring the front 4, you've got to have the talent that can generate the pass rush on their own without any additional help. That requires the talent to do so. They've gone tremendously light in that in recent years to make that happen. The 3 linebacker lineup they tried for a whole year in 2019 to the tune of a 75% rate, it didn't work. So going to 3 linebackers in a base defense approach a majority of the time doesn't work. So no, not necessarily that wouldn't be the scale where it'd be. But with the front 4, it's about getting guys that can generate the pressure on their own. And we've always gone light on that in recent years. Deep Sea 190, I wager that Geno Smith retires at the end of the season. I think he'll keep playing. That'd be surprising. Adi Bell, well, Brandon, what do you think? The lack of upgrading the interior offensive line and defensive line coming home to roost? Maybe with the offensive line, Audie. The defense is coming because you're trying to rely on the front 4 to generate pressure, and they don't have the talent to do that. We knew they wouldn't have the talent to do that. We had thought in bringing back Bobby Wagner in here and bringing in Jamal Adams and having him back in here, that the team might be willing to, dial up a little bit more of the blitzes to help out that defensive line rather than just trusting in the line to get it all done on its own. Partially, I'd suppose, Audie, to a degree, that's the case. And certainly you and I and many of the other Hawk fans want to see more investment in both sides of those balls in recent balls, in both sides of the ball in that in recent years. But I think it's a combination of a couple things there. DVN Gino will play good, but our schedule is so tough that it will not matter. Looking at the other NFC team schedules, they have pancake schedules. Yep. Nick, my thing was I was never impressed with Hall, even during the scouting process. He was a late day 2 pick for me. He didn't flash anything. There was a legit first-round talent there on the board. I wouldn't argue there's other guys that might have been more attractive on the spot. I do think Hall will eventually still be turning into a pretty good player when it's all said and done, but he's not making me look good on that prognostication right now, I'll tell you that. Kieran, I really think people clearly underestimated the Rams this year, man. Puka Nuka looks like the real deal. I mean, Puka looks great. No doubt about that. Are the Rams underrated this year? They beat the Seahawks twice. They beat the Cards twice. They beat the Browns with a backup quarterback. When they've gone up against good teams, the Niners, they lost. The Bengals, they lost. The Eagles, they lost. The Steelers, they lost. The Cowboys, they lost. The Packers, they lost. So Are the Rams good this year? No. Are the Rams beating up on us like they beat up the last couple of years? Yeah. Did they beat up on the Cardinals twice? Yeah. I don't think that the Rams are doing anything great this year, like is a little bit of what's I'm seeing a bit in the chat here. Let's tap our brakes on this. Let's tap our brakes on this. Are the Rams overachieving? Sure, they're overachieving. But did they come into this year in a rebuild mode? Yeah, they did. I give them props for doing so. I don't think it's a negative thing to say that they were doing that this year. Some Ram fans seem to take some sort of great onus to this, like it's some disrespect to say this thing. And it's like, are you watching your team? Did you see the moves they did this offseason? Did you notice them dumping Jalen Ramsey for a bag of peanuts? I did. So, that they've overachieved and they beat up on some bad teams to get to 6-6. Yay for the Rams. They beat up on us when we don't want to update or modernize our offense or defense like they've been doing the past couple of years. Great. Yay. Doesn't mean that they aren't still in rebuild mode and trying to turn this thing back around. Jordan says drafting Hall was a move for the future. My point, it was that Hall did show flashes in college. He did show flashes in college, and I agree with you. It's hard on this. It is hard at this to get the returns always back on the first year of these second round edge rushers. I've shown this a couple of times. I think it's worth kind of showing it again here. And let's remember that we also got to see a little bit of this in the way that it affected Boye Mafe's rookie year. But set here, transform, put the screen. Okay. So if you look, this is rookie edge production for second round picks going back to 2017. And what you'll notice with the rookie edge production as far as the sacks go, nobody is going to get more than 4 sacks. And that's only happened one time since 2017 by second round edge rushers. Even our boy Mafe last year with only 3 sacks. So it does tend to be seemingly a trend that you have to kind of wait a year or two to get the returns back on these guys. These edge rushers taken in the second round. But he hasn't necessarily lit the world on fire yet, Nick says, good night. I'm leaving work. Brandon, thank you always for the great stream. Thank you, Nick. Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you. Deep Sea, I doubt the team wants to stay with Smith and either keep him one more year, but draft his replacement. Not sure, man. We'll have to see on that one. I don't have a good read on it at this point myself. Play the Stravs. Rams are going to finish 9-8. I could see that happening for sure. Mr. Joe, the Browns beat the Niners. They did. Yeah. It's also a game where the Niners lost 3 of their offensive players in one game. So it's, it's got context matters. Kieran dropping high cap players because you can't afford them with all your dead cap, and beating up teams in the division is rebuilding well. Are the Rams great? No. Are they better estimates? Clearly. Are they better estimates? I guess what I look at, like what they did, Kieran, to me is this, is they said, we can go for it again for a third straight year. We can push the charge card out another year. We can try to go for it this again. We can keep the good parts we have and continue to make one more year this happen. But they looked internally at themselves and said, we're not good enough this year to do that. We need to move this on. We need to go in a different direction. And that means let's rebuild this. Let's cut this down to the studs. I mean, I give them credit on this because they went whole hog on it. They didn't go partially. It's part of the reason that I sit here and scratch my head going, I don't understand why Rams friends bristle at this so much. It was very obvious to what they were doing. It wasn't like this is some intricate analysis on my part where I'm like seeing between the lines. It's pretty straightforward what they were doing when you go down the line of the moves that they made. They were offloading. They were taking anything down that wasn't good value to them, and they were turning it over. And because they turned it over, they'll turn it over that much faster to where you look at them next year, the bad cap will be cleared free. And if you think they're good this year, watch them next year once they got money to spend. That's my whole point on this. I don't think it's a very controversial take, frankly. It's one of the wilder things I've seen to watch Ram fans this year get so much into a bunch about this where it's like, this is clearly what's going on. I don't know why you're so mad about it. It's what's happening. So you got a 6-win win. So you got a 9 wins out in a year that happened. We got 9 wins out last year when we were in a rebuild year. When I was in a rebuild year last year, I didn't sit there and get my panties in a bunch about it and go, not a rebuild year. Look at, we're winning. I'm like, hey, we're winning and it's in a rebuild year. Like, do the same on your side, Ram fans. It's just the equivalency here. It's not a bad thing. You guys act like I'm calling your mama out or something. Jordan, if we do lose next week, I feel we need to start putting Hall on the field and let him get some reps. Taylor ain't it. Yeah, I think that's the case to do that right now anyway, Jordan. I'd do that anyway right now. Taylor is just not it. And there's no upside there to be had with him. Outside of you're trying to build your trade value with him. Devian says, but Lamar's 18-0 against MC teams and curb stomped us and the Lions, if I remember right. They beat San Francisco the same year San Francisco went to the Super Bowl. I think that's correct. Devian, Lamar would be the only way I see San Fran losing the Super Bowl. I could see that. That's a tough matchup for them, to your point, Devian. Especially that defense that they bring. Yeah, that'd be a great Super Bowl, I think. I really do. That'd be awesome. Gary, and the Rams are in the playoffs and we aren't. That says enough to me. When they have the money to spend, I totally agree. It's going to be even tougher for anyone other than the Niners. There it is. Kieran says, I hear you, Hawks Nest. I think, man. I'm not trying to knock the Rams in my evaluation. And in fact, quite the opposite. I've got a lot of affinity for what the Rams do, like I do with the Niners. When organizations are run smart and rightly, I give them props. What they're doing right now is a smart approach. What they've done this year is a smart approach. What the Rams did this offseason was a smart approach. But the approach is what it was. You know? Just a little bit. Just a little bit. All right, well, let's wrap this up. We got 4 hours in today. I think that's a good enough time on the show. We've got a great little week of shows packed up here for you as well. We're going to be doing a Tuesday stream, of course, B&B show tomorrow with the final game wrap-up of this Cowboys game. Turn one more final look over at it. I will be back on Wednesday with the Behind Enemy Lines at 7 o'clock here on the Hawks Nest with Jesse of Last Second Sports. So we'll be coming back around with him as well on Wednesday, and then Thursday back to the B&B show with the game preview of this 49er contest upcoming. And we might even do one more extra. We got Thursday stream for members at 5, but we might be doing even one more stream this week. So keep an eye out for that. I want to thank you guys for watching today. Please do hit that like button if you could for me. If you're not already, do as well. Get subbed up if you could to the channel. We're trying to get to 15,000 subscribers. We are almost there. So we're within 500 now at this point. We're getting closer all the time. You can help us get there a little bit more this day if you sub up today. So please do that if you could. As well, want to thank the sponsor of this show, Underdog Fantasy. Underdog Fantasy is going to be sponsoring the Hawks Nest throughout the course of this year. And they've been very kind to do so. They've got some great ongoing contests throughout even the rest of this season. You can still get into a weekly fantasy matchup going up against other players. Don't go up against the house, go up against other players. Or you can do the over and under bets, which is what I love to do, but you can get in any kind of contest you want there. They're giving away $200,000 a week here through the rest of the season. And if you use my code NEST or click the link down the description section below, that will utilize my code. And then when you sign up and utilize that first deposit, they will match you up to $100 of your first deposit. So $100 on the Hawks Nest from me to you when you use the Underdog Fantasy app for the first time. Now, there are restrictions within the state of Washington, but if you are in a casino in the state of Washington, you can technically use it. I want to also thank another little sponsor of this show, which is going to be Linwood Honda. I want to thank Linwood Honda. Give a shout out to them. My boy out there, Andrew Todd, out there at Linda Honda. If you're looking for a car today, go down there. My man, Drew, will get you set up and taken care of out there. And if you do go down in Linda Honda and you come by way of me, you're looking for a car down there, just go in there, ask for Drew, and tell him that the Hawks Nest sent you. It'll put a smile on Drew's face. So thank you as well out there to Linwood Honda for helping on the show. And just want to give him a shout out to there. Give some love out to a few of my peoples out there. Radu Tarkin is going to wrap us up nice here with a $5 donation. Thank you for that, Radu. Appreciate you for that. Says, what's up, B? Even if we go 11-6, I don't call this season a win. Pete has to go, and a change needs to be done. No identity on this team. No identity. This team is crazy. No identity on this team this far into the season is crazy. I think what you were saying there, Radu, if I add on to that. And I get where you're coming from. It's less a little bit about the results at this point and more about the baseline that we can utilize going forward and have trust and faith in. And that baseline of like what you're talking about, the lack of identity on either side of the ball, the simplistic nature to both sides of the ball, the lack of complexity across the board, how easy you are to prepare for on either side of the ball. The things that have been long problems that have continued to go onward on both sides of the ball for years now. Those are the things that we're looking to get corrected this season and believing that if they were corrected, the results would come with it. You could come out at the end of the point of 11-6 in this season and still just be trying to maintain the old, and you didn't correct things for how they really need to be driven forward to get to a true contending state. You might get 11 wins, you might get yourself in the playoffs, but are you to a true contending state if you are being held back by both schemes on both sides of the ball, or at least by your philosophy on both sides of the ball? And right now it does appear that they are kind of impeded in that way on both sides of the ball. And I think that you're right, that it's worrisome at this point, especially to drive it forward and find confidence going forward that they can be a contending team when they're not willing to update those base fundamental things. Thank you though, Radu. Appreciate you for that. Deep Sea, he's listening to the chatter. He hears people screaming for him to be benched. He needs to turn that off. Yeah. Joe, you guys need to draft Penix? I don't know, Mr. Joe. I don't know on that. Maybe. We'll have to see on that one. I appreciate you guys watching today. Thank you again to all the sponsors of the show. Thank you guys for being so kind in the chat with all the donations and for hitting that like button as you guys do. All the support. It's been a wonderful year here at the Hawks Nest, even if it hasn't necessarily been for the team itself. We'll see if they can find some adjustments as we go forward here. And within them, maybe just within one of them that they can grab right now that you don't have to wait for another coach. You don't have to wait for next year. You can utilize right now, which is the Blitz. I made a great argument, I think, at the start of this show as to why they can utilize it a little bit more and beyond just looking for optimism for future seasons, the future season this year right now, adjustments they can make in the here and now to find more from this defense, to get more out of this defense, I believe, is dialing up a little bit more of the blitzing, is getting a little bit more of those complicated stacked fronts that you can start to bring to bear, and maybe even some more man coverage on the back end. Will Coach Carroll be willing to utilize this even when the numbers tell him that it works so well when he does? I don't know. I just don't know. I hope so. And if they do, I think they will take the top end of this defense up a little bit from where it's been throughout the majority of this season. But that's just going to be the interesting part to monitor and watch as we go forward for the rest of this year. My name is Brandon Kane. This is the Hawks Nest. I thank you so very much for watching and the very kind discussion that has gone on for the 4 hours of the show today, as it always does. You guys are amazing as ever in that respect of things, keeping me laughing, keeping my head going, keeping everything motoring along. So thank you guys for always bringing it in that respect, even when we got to turn over sometimes some really rough subjects, as we're having to do lately with the way that the season is starting to kind of twist and turn. But we aren't dead yet. This ain't over yet. We still got a puncher's chance. And when you got a puncher's chance, you never know when that overhand hook's coming. And it may never come, but maybe it does come this year. Maybe it comes a couple times, and maybe this team can get hot at just the right time. We'll have to wait, watch, and see. Who knows? I appreciate you watching. I love you guys. I thank you so much. We'll be back tomorrow with the B&B show. But until that time, I hope you don't ever forget. Don't you ever forget now. Come on now. And by the way, might be streaming over here too on the Twitch side. So if you guys are looking, do get over on the description link section of my video, Twitch. I'll be probably doing a little bit more streaming over there here as we get into the off season a bit. So do get subbed up over on my Twitch side there, the Seahawks Nest on Twitch as well. So we might be bouncing over there right after the show today. So if you want to pop over there, pop over there. But I appreciate you guys. Love you guys. Be back in 24 hours. But until that time, please do not ever forget. Don't you ever forget. Go Hawks.